Hello, everyone, and welcome to tonight's episode of Critical Role, where a bunch of us nerdy-ass voice actors sit around and play Dungeons & Dragons. I think we're recording, so my camera light's not on, but nevertheless, welcome.
We're totally recording.
I'm pretty sure we are. Anyway, guys, welcome. We have a fantastic guest who will be joining us later this evening, but before we get to that, we have announcements to go over real fast. First and foremost, tonight's episode is sponsored by a new sponsor, a fantastic group called Quid. If you want to talk about that for us?
Hi, guys. Vacation Sam here. Quid is our sponsor tonight, a fantastic new sticker app for your phone. You can check it out at bit.ly, that's bit.ly/CRQuid, that's CRQUIDD. I didn't know much about the company, but Quid sounded vaguely British, so little known fact about me, I have access to the BBC archives at home, so I did some snooping, and sure enough, I found a World War II newsreel transcript that talked about Quid.
Wow!
So I thought I would do a dramatic reading of it for you right now.
There we go. You need seatbelts.
News from the front. This is Nigel J. Creamhutch reporting from BBC London. March 23, 1944 may be a turning point in World War II as PM Churchill announces a new weapon in the fight against those devilish Nazis. They're calling it Quid. A new app where you can collect stickers, cards, and Funko figures on your telephone device. Our lads on the front lines are already using it. We spoke with Lieutenant Neville Bingham of the Royal Navy. Right, yeah. Quid's like this free app available on the Apple App Store and Google Play, and it's helping us drive Hitler back to Berlin. But it's not just our Tommies. The Reds have discovered Quid as well. We spoke with Tank Commander Ivan Bashenko. With Quid, Russian army is strongest in world.
Oh, God.
Morale better now with thousands of stickers to collect that can be used like emojis and messages to your friends. Stalingrad will not fall with these cute stickers! Why, they're even using Quid across the pond. We spoke with American Sergeant John Smith, an American doughboy. I'm John, an American. We American GIs love to collect stickers from brands like Rick and Morty, Bob's Burgers, Family Guy, Breaking Bad, Star Trek, and newly announced Game of Thrones. Take that, Emperor Hirohito. Well, there you have it, ladies and gents. Your British armed forces and our allies will defeat the Nazis and win the Second Great War if you go to bit.ly/CRQuid and check out Quid. Good night, good luck, and God save the Queen, pip pip!
I'm so glad it's available on the BBC.
Yeah, it was a weird transcript.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have shown the newsreel, but it was just a transcript.
Yeah.
So
Right.
Fair enough.
yeah.
Wow, well, good. Thank you for the update on that. And thank you, Quid, for sponsoring tonight's episode.
Wow.
Really appreciate it.
Thanks,
Did they win the war?
Find out next time.
Alrighty, let's see. Do we have any merch updates at all, Laura? We pretty much...
There's stuff in the store.
There you go. Perfect. Good. I like it. Thank you. All right. The Green Ronin campaign guide. Pre-orders go up on Monday, guys.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Yes, and if you get the book and the PDF, I think the PDF is available immediately, so some of you will have access to actually read the book on Monday.
Oh,
Are you
shit.
so nervous,
I'm
Matthew?
so nervous.
Oh,
Finally able to actually, like, in real time, call us when we're wrong on our
Oh
own stuff.
no.
What do you mean, finally? I mean,
Yeah, it's true.
every week.
Finally.
Finally.
Well, I mean, although you are Taliesin
I know.
Jeff.
This is a level of pain I've only dreamed of. I'm very excited.
Hey,
Crazy
hey,
though.
we're so proud of you.
Yeah.
We are.
Yeah.
Nice
He worked real
job
hard
with
on
the
it,
words
guys.
and stuff.
Hold on, though. We haven't read it yet. What
It's true. It
It's
could
terrible, written by like a child.
We're
Probably
ashamed
is.
of you.
Crayon, it's all written in marker. And
probably
We're
is.
disgusting.
You know how hard it is to get crayon printed these days? Especially out of China.
Only if the writer's room dropped the ball.
Of course. We'll hope you guys enjoy it, so look forward to that. The podcast is now episodes 11 through 20, right? Up on the Apple Store. So you can go ahead and download those, which are awesome.
Yep, Apple and Google Play stuff.
Yes, and
Yeah.
those are the ones. Of course, we'll have Talks Machina, I believe, next Tuesday at 7 p.m. about this episode tonight here on Twitch and Alpha, 7 p.m. Pacific, with our fantastic host, Brian Foster, so you can check that out. Wednesday Club next week for you.
Wednesday Club, we're talking about Comic-Con, because Comic-Con's coming up, and we're going to try and give you like a first-timer's guide to Comic-Con if you've never been to one, kind of what to expect, what to do for fun, and all sorts of things that you could see or do in San Diego.
The show
Fun.
was so
other than
fascinating.
us. I know. Thank you. I was very
much
proud
fun.
of us.
It was so much
The
fun.
show next week.
We're not having a show
we're not
next
having
week.
a
We're going to
show.
be at Comic-Con.
Is that true?
So, yeah, it is. We have a week off. So we'll miss you guys next week, but we do have our Critical Role panel on Saturday at Comic-Con. It's at 10:30 a.m.
Yep.
in room 6.
B, C, and E.
Something like that. So it's a nice big room. You guys should come. We're going to have silly questions, Q&A, conversation stories, and all that funness. Some cool surprises.
Prizes.
Surprises.
For us?
Surprises.
Oh yeah,
They're gonna get the shirt off your back.
We have some announcements.
Oh, that's right.
So hopefully you guys can make it at San Diego Comic-Con if you're going to be there. We'd love to see you. So, and last but not least, Sagas of Sundry Dread, the 3rd episode went up today.
It's there.
Shit's getting real.
It's scary and
I'm
fun.
going to marry you.
So
Alrighty.
See your life.
What's up?
See your
Oh, that's right. And at Gen Con next month, we have our live show. We mentioned it last week. So tickets are still on sale for the general admission. We're looking forward to having you guys there. It's Friday evening.
Yeah, it's Friday evening, 7:30. In fact, we got an even bigger theater this year. The last theater had like 1,500 seats. We're like, oh, we'll never get that many people, and it went boom, and filled up. So we got a 2,500 seat theater. It's massive. It's a huge party. If you didn't join us last year, you want to come to this mayhem. It's so much fun. You don't need passes to Gen Con, by the way. You don't have to have a badge or anything for that. It's a standalone thing. There are definitely tickets still available. It's going to be
I feel
super
like with that many
hot.
people, we should have like beach balls in the audience.
We might.
Someone they could do the wave.
Oh my god.
The inflatable D20s to throw out there.
Crowd surf.
Crowd
blow
surf.
up D20s. Oh.
You can get them. They're on
that a-
Geek, I think.
I think we. Okay.
This is a terrible idea. This is a
what's
terrible
happening.
idea.
It's a great idea. I've got
Anyway.
it right now.
Anyway, without further ado, I think that concludes our announcements. And as such, let us dive into tonight's episode of Critical Role. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. So, where we left off last time, Vox Machina, having finally encountered the Undying King, returned in physical form on the Shadowfell, did battle, and fled. Quite unprepared for that venture, and gathered some tidbits of information about what Vecna's plans may be. Upon returning, and discovering that your disintegrated Vax has returned through some deal he made with his patron, the Raven Queen, after disintegrating, you decided to go ahead and try and gather more information about this and beseech some of the higher powers within Exandria. Pike talked to Sarah and Ray and was given the invitation to come visit her in Elysium, on the island of Renewal. And upon gathering your materials and causing a mess in Vasselheim, you got together and went to meet this fantastic Everlight. On her island, you spoke with her. She gathered some information from you, as Vecna seemed to be blocking at least the influence and vision from a lot of the deities, and then gave her blessing onto Pike, transferring you over to one of the other gods that lives along the blessed fields of Elysium, Pelor, the Dawnfather. You then walked through the orchards that led to the Fortress of the Sun, where he resides. Spoke with some of the guardians there, and were led into the center of the citadel, where you met in the central throne room under the Zenith Tower, Pelor himself. Upon exchanging information, you spoke of your need to gather the favor of certain gods in the battles to come, and were given a challenge to step up to plate Vexalia. You accepted the challenge, and racing to the top of the Tower of the Zenith, before the fires could be extinguished in the brazier that awaited you, you threw yourself into the fire, and upon the party speaking on what it was that made Vexalia such an important member of not just your team, but your family, and gave you strength, she was imbued with a blessing of the Dawnfather himself. After which, we left off as you exited the front of the Fortress of the Sun, stepped into the central glade that marks the center of the seemingly endless orchards that surround this region. And Vox Machina, what would you like to do?
Eat all of the fruit.
No.
It was really good. It was just fruit, by the way. Like I said.
We're still in heaven right now?
We're still in Elysium.
Elysium.
It's not quite heaven.
Oh no.
Are there any other gods here that we should, curry favor with, of?
Are there any more gods here? Not that we know of.
We forgot to ask.
Did we?
Yeah. I don't think
Are we
Ion
just
is
looking
here.
at trees at this point? Outside?
You're looking at a series of the Sundry cousins, one of which you've met, scattered amongst this glade surrounding the central citadel.
What a douche.
No other people,
Point 'em out, we'll
guards,
make 'em
nothing.
look anew.
I mean, you have the guards behind you, the large, planetar and diva entities that stand there, armored in their golden plate, just kind of, after ushering you out, are standing guard.
Where we can ask them.
Sure, I'll go up to one and say, hello there, big fellow.
Standing a full 10 feet taller than you, practically, the wings just slightly bent, the large planar entity kind of kneels down. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, shit.
Vacation Scanlan here. Couple questions. By the way, was he one of the ones who fought in there?
Make a perception check.
Oh, do they all look alike? 17 plus 1.
That's specious.
Hard to tell. You didn't pay a lot of attention.
Okay. Hey, just wondering a few questions. A, how does one get out of here? Is there like a door to another plane, or do we just have to...
I imagine the same way you came in.
A god brought us here. All right, cool. Number 2, are there any other, like your Dawnfather around here? Any other gods that in the area?
Across Elysium, there are 2 deities that call it home. The Dawnfather and the Everlight.
We covered our bases.
Yep.
Out of curiosity, what are you called?
It looks very closely, and you get the sense that part of its nature is kind of scanning through you. It's getting a sense and a read of you as an individual, and says, "No one you need to worry about." Stands up and then takes 2 steps back into place and looks straight ahead.
God, what a diva.
Scanlan, you should remember that line. That's a
Really
good
right.
one.
Yeah, I've already forgot it. I'm too intimidated.
It'll be coming out.
Said no one or something? I don't know.
No one you need to worry about.
Well, good speaking to you.
I was very intimidated.
Just still looks out, doesn't respond.
Well, how do we get out of here? Can she take us home?
She does it on the daily.
I know, but I don't know if this has...
shift.
Yeah, but they talked about some sort of a gate that keeps the gods out and the bad gods in. And the...
I mean, that's
To remind you of what happened last time, there was talking about possibly, or at least there was the trammel, the prime trammels that were used previously to seal the Chain of
Sure.
Oblivion through Zadun, and that the orchestrator, the designer of those was Ayun, the knowing goddess. Ioun, however, has been sealed herself away, being a wounded god, long recovering. And the only information that Pelor has of where she hid herself, the key, essentially, and it's not an object, but a person.
Someone.
You're seeking an individual of which you were given a kind of solar light map of a single small home in a forest ravine not far from a place that you noticed was near the pools of Wittebach, which is in the Cliff Keep Mountains.
Yeah, but there was also a mention of some divine gate that keeps people from.
Well, the Divine Gate is a known existing entity. It's essentially a large gate that prevents the gods from returning to the prime material plane.
But we can just go willy-nilly back
Yeah,
and forth.
It's like a metaphysical screen door that keeps flies out.
So
Or
the gods
gods.
can't get in and out.
Yeah.
Sure, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, the prime trammel,
Yeah.
Yeah.
which we now have to, and we have to get.
We have to get near the Cliff Keep
Shards.
range, near the pools of Wittebach. Is where we need to go.
And the Cliff Keep is not too far from
Cliff Keep,
Whitestone? No.
Cliff Keep Mountains kind of go across a lot of the northern side of Taldore, from what you're familiar with. Like we're talking
Right.
Craghammer to Gat Shadow to the Jordan Village, Jordan Village. There's a lot of things. It's like a big horizontal mountain range that kind of caps the top part of the continent.
Do I recognize the city that I can get us to that's close?
Fort
Craghammer.
Daxio, maybe?
Dax.
Fort Daxio or
Craghammer.
Craghammer?
I haven't been to Craghammer for a while, although Daxio might be worth a check.
I mean, maybe
What's closest
To the
Cliff Keep?
to the pools?
Probably
Pools of Wittebach?
Terra or the pools of Wittebach. Those are the two that
Terra?
are closest.
What is Terra?
My home.
Oh.
Terra's not your home. That's
Or sorry.
Sorry.
That's
one of the
different.
other Ashari village. Yeah.
Sorry, Terra is the
Summer.
Earth Ashari.
My
Ashari
other
people.
home, a summer home.
Can you
The other
The
Latin
home away from home.
stolen thing.
Yeah.
can you also remind me where my Vector made me feel Vecna when we were on the prime material plane?
Yes.
Beside you all along.
No, but like.
Where?
Yeah, where did we?
Okay.
We talked about it, but I can't.
You
remember.
did, yes. It seemed to be hundreds of miles northwest of Vasselheim.
Vasselheim. Okay.
Different kind.
You didn't sense
Yeah.
any movement, but you knew the general direction and distance.
And that was yesterday.
Correct.
Right.
Teacher.
Yes, Laura?
I was excited the last game and somehow have misplaced my Paler Champion
fucking
piece
blessing?
of paper.
Oh, she doesn't get to have it now. That's how that works.
I don't know how it happened. It's not with my stuffs.
That's okay. I remember what it does.
You
Don't
do?
bother.
And if you
Persist,
decide
yeah.
to use it,
You'll tell me?
tell me.
Okay.
I won't tell you. You tell me you want to use it.
Oh shit. Okay. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I had it. And it's not
Weird how
here.
he's so nice and yet it still feels like you're in so
And yet my
much
glass
trouble.
You're-
stayed
I'm
on the
in-
table the whole
I
week.
am in a lot of trouble, you guys.
He's calm but indifferent, like the Dawn Father.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So, what would you like to do?
yeah, what would we like to do?
Should we go to
Terra?
Terra? Check in with them, I guess, while we're there.
Seems prudent.
And talk to Batiste.
Yeah.
All right. We ready to go?
I'm very ready to go. This is lovely and everything, but I've had my fill.
I will burn my 8th level spell slot to plane shift us to Terra.
To Terra. Alrighty.
Mind the gap.
What gap? What are you?
Don't worry about it.
No effects from getting that fruit, but
No, you didn't sense
I was
any
like,
effects.
are we
or
going
anything from that
shopping?
fruit
Is this-
at the moment.
didn't remove a curse or anything.
No, you didn't. Nothing really caught you up to speed on that.
Are we by those trees, the fruit trees again?
They everywhere.
There are no fruit-bearing trees directly near you. The sun
That's
trees
further
around
in.
you do not. But further in, they do. Yes.
Okay.
Alrighty. So bring up my notes on Terra, since that's where you're going.
Yeah, I should probably.
When we go, I'm so confused about the order of things. If we go to Ioun and we don't have everything we need for this prime tremel, are we fucked? Or I know we need godly power in order to imbue them, right?
Yeah, I
or
mean,
something?
Either here or soon we need to sort of sit and work this out.
What do we need to bring into the trammel?
Well, Pelor gave me this snap, 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 zip. This,
Yeah, good object.
which is
work.
it's a stone, and it's supposed to be strong enough to
Power
make
the trammel.
part of it, not all of it.
We need to collect more, though, right?
Yes.
We have to get, like, 8 or something.
We gotta talk to the
Wait, they
gods.
said that?
You weren't given any indication as to how many you needed.
But
You just made a
it
note
did
of
seem
that.
like this is not enough.
Oh, no, wait. Ione was healing for 8 centuries. That's where I got that number.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I could do it too. 5.
Zip.
That was
Large
2 numbers.
stones of power.
All right, so as you complete your spell, Keyleth, you step through the base of the nearest tree, possibly the same one you spoke with earlier, if you want to be a dick about it. And
Oh, yeah. Let's walk through that asshole. That sounds
Let's
walk through that asshole.
worse for us, but fuck him.
He's gonna
All right.
fart on us as we walk.
you aggressively stampede through the center of this one tree and emerge on the other side from one of the
Dick.
from one of the surrounding trees on the Terra village. There are a number of these kind of pseudo-petrified or dried out large trunk trees that seem to have kind of slowly died off from the heavy tectonic shifts and small quakes that have happened in this area that have made a lot of the land unable to support large forms of plant life, or at least the trees that used to exist here. So you step out and emerge from the exterior of the village that kind of domes down into this small kind of crater that you recall seeing before, where most of the village inhabits the central portion. And the village is there before you.
What were the shard things called again?
The shard things?
The things we need to collect?
I mean, there wasn't really a name for them more than just their small pieces of essence of the deity.
Here's a question.
So we need pieces of God. Okay.
Little rat turds.
Does the little seed of light given to my sister look anything like the little seed we saw, Scanlan and Vax saw from riding the shadow creature in the sky? On the top of the
No,
tower?
I mean, in the sense that it's a small source of power of some kind, but what you saw there was maybe about that large on the platform. What she has is bead size.
Okay.
Is it like this size? Or is
about-
it like this size?
Comparable to each.
Okay.
So you stand outside of Terra. What are you doing?
What time of day is it? How tired are we?
Based on when you left, because not that much time has passed comparably, it would still be probably, well, you were over in Vasselheim, which means it's getting dark, actually.
Jet lag.
I'd say with the way the sun has passed the sky now, you've just gotten past dusk. There's still light in the sky, but it's going from oranges to purples to dark blues on the horizon. And you can see hints of firelight, torchlight, and candlelight from within the actual city below.
Well, what are we gonna need on this trip? Maybe we should get whatever supplies we need. Are we gonna is it far? Do we need to? Are we gonna become gas?
Are we
or
going underground?
Oh,
Oh, to Terra? Well, that's.
No, we're in
it's-
Terra.
We're there.
You're in
yeah.
Terra.
No, but I
Yeah.
mean, to the next day we're
pools.
going to
Oh, to
the.
the pools. Oh, do we want to stay the night here though? I
Oh, it's
can't.
dark.
Missed us right now.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
tapped
there you
out.
go.
Then we probably need
Probably.
Camp here.
Yeah. Vax, can you sense Vecna? Is he still in the same place?
Can sense him.
You can sense him. He is, from your current location, thousands of miles from you.
Oh, hard to tell. Then.
He's really shitty though. Wherever he is.
All right.
Yeah, very heavy west-northwest direction from you
Okay.
currently.
Well,
Well,
let's
we
go
just
announce
sleep?
ourselves. Let's.
Do we need to get any intel on where these pools are? Do we need anything?
We should maybe talk to the people of Terra. It's not that late.
Yeah, we can. Let's at least go. They have a spare room for us.
Find some
We
takeout.
can sleep.
Aren't you
yeah.
like the leader of all the people?
Well, I'm the leader of the Arashari. I'm the voice of the Tempest. They have their own.
Is that a yes or a no?
Okay.
You don't have to
Yes.
fucking
No,
brag.
No,
or
no,
something.
no.
Just like-
There's 4 of us.
No,
There's,
cool.
and I'm
Good deal.
one of 4.
Do you know the
Yes.
one who lives here?
I do.
Right.
Batiste.
Let's go see him
Yes.
or her.
It's like
Or they.
Kages.
Yeah. No, we can
Right.
just go. Like I was
Help him
saying,
with the
like
numbers.
5 minutes ago. Let's just go. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
So as
so
you
I
walk
go
down
up.
into the village, a number of the The guardians step out quickly, seeing an approaching party. However, recognizing Keyleth and her station immediately, turn into an escort that leads you to the center portion of the village.
I request Batiste.
And quickly enough, they go and retrieve Batiste. You see the elderly form of the leader you've met before step out. The graying hair, the weathered, dark skin tones, the long kind of greens and brown leathers that kind of drape off, just showing hints of the knees and the lower feet. The large walking staff that he carries at his side as he approaches, and the headdress that seems to be a combination of thick twines and shale shards that have been woven in, steps forward.
Keyleth, an unexpected visit, most definitely.
Kaitiake.
Kaitiake.
Batiste, I am so sorry for the late intrusion. We've just gotten back from the Plain of Elysium, so we're a little tired. Yeah, we're kind of fighting a god right now. Well, more of like a demigod. So, have you heard of Vecna? Sorry, I'm probably getting ahead of myself. Do you have any food? Let's talk over dinner.
Yes,
Okay.
you are guests of Terra, please. We will provide whatever you require.
Thank
Come.
Provide them a meal. And he puts his hand out, and they kind of run off quickly and begin setting up a.
I like that people just feed us. Show up in this food.
You've been used to that your whole life.
Not at home.
I have to
quite
sing
nice.
for dinner. You just say,
Have you ever tried not singing for dinner? That's an
maybe I'd
option.
get more food.
You might.
I mean, you did have 1 year-ish where you were kind of on
I had a good
the skids.
I
yeah.
did. I did a solid year in change.
You did your Prince and the Pop a bit for a little bit.
It's a bit vague, but yes.
It's true.
I was on a boat for quite a while.
Oh.
It's kind of like your acting
Oh my
career,
God,
Sam.
can we eat food?
And quick as that, you guys make your way down to. It's a modest meal, but it's a meal nonetheless. Mostly hunted creatures of the local mountainside, some dried beets and root.
We always try to source locally. you know?
Charmingly proven.
Yeah.
Perhaps you should let your people know that the world is in danger.
So the world's in danger, as she said.
As Batiste has come and joined you guys to have this conversation.
Runs out the door.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Oh, it just induced panic.
Honey, pack your bags.
Batiste, who sat down with you, says quickly,
We have been made aware via the other Ashari that there is some danger possibly coming.
we are awaiting word of what to do other than keep ourselves in a defensive position. We have to guard the rift, of course, but should there be a call to action, we'll do what we can. But I'm unfamiliar with this, Vecna, but whatever you plan, please be careful.
Okay. More than anything, I think I would want you all to be relief with the surrounding area and the surrounding villages if anything disastrous were to happen. I know you have to guard the rift, and that is insanely important, and especially right now with someone like Vecna who could potentially abuse that. So, but if anything were to happen, I don't know if you have any, if you could house extra people during a disaster.
We are quite good at assembling makeshift and temporary lodging. The rock is kind of our friend, if you will.
Yeah, that's more, I think, what we would need.
Of course, not a worry.
Currently, Vecna is just north of Vasselheim, close to Pyra.
Have you asked Pyra for aid as well?
They've also been put on alert, but we have not personally been there yet since this has happened.
Well, good. They're closer. But we're happy to help if we can.
Yeah. Thank you.
Things are happening very
Batiste.
quickly.
Yeah.
You know, we just happened here.
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just thank you for housing
We're
us.
happy to help. Where are you off to?
The pools of Witterbach.
What brings you towards the pools of Witterbach?
You know this place?
There's a series of poisoned wells and hulking, stupid giants.
Hulking stupid giants.
Yes.
Giants. At the pools?
Yes,
I thought it was something about gnomes there.
it was once.
Oh no.
They grew.
Is that something you can do, Scanlan?
I don't know. I think it is.
They're geothermic, large puddles across the mountainside, the various minerals being lifted up from the deep waters beneath the mountain, heated, bubbling, boiling, steaming. But the giants moved in hundreds of years ago, stomped around, and ended up kind of, well, filling the entire subterranean gnomish city of Witterbach with fumes and poison, and killed most of them. The rest fled to Kraghammer.
Do you all ever broach the area, or do you just stay clear of it?
Best to avoid. We have our own business to deal with, and it's 100 miles from here. It's not much of an issue.
And the pools are naturally poisonous?
Well, some are toxic, some are not. But since the giants moved in and ruptured some of the natural formations, some of them have grown toxic or acidic, yes.
Do you know if people still try to live there? We're looking for someone.
If they are, they're foolish.
Okay.
It's our kind of people.
Maybe the person we're looking for is a giant.
Maybe.
Maybe
Do you know what type of giant? We've seen a few types of giants. Do you know their make and model?
The dumbest.
Dumbest. Is that
Mountain
stone?
giants.
Hill giants.
Hill giants.
Yeah. Easy to outsmart, difficult to outrun. They'll eat anything, even small little gnomes.
Seems like they ate a lot of them.
I guess so.
Pasty, I have a question. Do you know anything about Aoun?
I know of the name.
But not much.
Well, not the most devoted people.
I know.
I saw that.
I can't imagine I'd have any information you wouldn't.
Okay. Just checking.
My apologies.
This food is really good.
Yes! Enjoy your meal!
Thank you.
Yeah.
And he gets up and walks away.
Thank you.
So
Well,
you
he
get-
was so officious.
I thought we were walking into a fucking lake with gnomes living there. I didn't realize we were going to fight giants.
It's got so much
Well,
better
good to
all of a
know.
sudden.
If it were easy, it really wouldn't be us, would it?
So the question is there actually someone of some minor intelligence living there that is this magical key, or did that person get eaten by like a giant?
I cannot believe I'm about to say this. I'm inclined to believe the god. They're in the position where trying to trick us out of leaving is not necessary. He could have just told us to leave and be done with it. Bad information just wouldn't suit them, I don't think.
I'm not saying it's bad information. I'm just wondering who the key is.
It's possible the key is now inside of a giant's stomach.
Awesome. We gotta go
Which,
right
in that
into the
case,
giant shit.
I mean, it still would be inside of someone. Just
Yeah.
a different someone.
Maybe they're still living inside. Maybe it's like a Moby Dick situation.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Or wait, never mind.
You do recall the map that was shown to you by the Dawn Father Pelor. It was adjacent to the pools, not actually in the pools of Witterbach, was within a forest and was a home.
Oh, I remember it now. It was a home inside. Oh, I drew a little map of it. Yep, that's it.
Look how adjacent it is to
Yeah,
the
it's
pools there. when you actually
adjacent
look
to
at
the
it.
pools, but there's a home in a forest.
Squiggly
Did you
line
like
right
it?
there,
That
yeah.
was
That
that's
looks
what
like
my
the stock
map
market,
was.
yes.
So can we theoretically just mist over everything?
I mean, and just kind of look out for a home in the forest.
Oh man,
Yeah.
the world has
We'll have to fly
nothing
pretty
fear.
low.
We'll
I'm
be
assuming the home is going to be covered by treetop.
Oh, trees.
Then that too.
We never travel it traditionally anymore. I'm just saying I miss like the romantic aspects of, you know, traveling the countryside. It's just like fast forward, immediate gratification, and fucking,
But
no.
the Dawn Father said we must hurry
I
or
feel
else
you.
the world will end.
And it's
So
100. You don't know what 100 is.
Grog
It's
hits
very
fast travel.
far
Pretty
away
far.
from here, Grog.
We
Very
could
far.
misty step to the forest and then walk in the forest.
Why are you fucking talking to me like I'm a child? What was that?
No reason, darling.
Okay. That would like that.
You know.
Okay.
Once this is all done, Grog, you and I will go on a long trek together.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. I dig that.
Don't be dark and creepy. and make it sound like you're being nice. I know you're being dark and creepy right now. What?
Hey, don't get after my camping partner like that, all right? Shit. Chill.
Can't predict this one.
I know, no marshmallows for this witch, okay?
It is a little weird to be making promises, though.
Well, on that chipper and exciting note, I think we should turn in for the evening on that.
Yes, do we have lodging?
Lodging is provided for you. They have a number of various guest tents and small buildings that can provide you with space. Not the highest of quality places you've slept in, probably. And if you wanted to provide your mansion instead, you're welcome to. But ample food, quiet sleep. It's a comfortable evening's rest.
All right.
All right. You all find yourselves through the evening. As you sleep, and having this being the first time many of you have slept in Terra, it takes you a while. There is just a general low hum or vibration to the ground that you sleep on. You get the sense it's probably proximity to the rift, but there is just this slow, perpetual kind of it's like weird low rumble, like a heavy bass sound that never seems to dissipate, that you haven't noticed until you were trying to quietly sleep. But it's not off-putting, and within 10-15 minutes, it's actually almost helps lull you to rest. You all come to in the morning, you gather your supplies, and are preparing for the next leg of your journey. What do you wish to do?
Could I attune either before I go to sleep or when I wake up to the dwarven thrower instead of the blood axe?
You may.
Thank you.
All right. Any other attunements anyone wishes to?
I'll set the Deathwalker's ward to acid.
All right, to acid. Boom.
Before everyone else gets up, can I go find where Vax is sleeping?
You may.
This is a tent. What do I do? Do I knock? Do I shake it? I'm not sure. Scratch.
They're lodging made from large pieces of shale and rock that have all been jammed into a somewhat triangular pattern to form kind of an earth yurt, if you will.
Oi. Vax, are you naked?
Yes.
Put some clothes on then. Jesus. Keyleth, sorry.
Keyleth opens the shambled door first. Little earth movement. I'm dressed.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm not like that. Never mind.
You don't sleep naked?
I'm gonna go get coffee.
Okay.
Keyleth darts off in the distance, and the two of you are left to the tent.
Are you decent?
Yes.
I'm coming in.
I'm still naked.
Oh, come on! That's so fucking weird. I just turned my back to him and
I stopped.
you fucking
Putting
dick.
on the rest of my armor.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Of
Well, I'm
course
going
you
to.
can. Of course you can, yeah.
Why? I look down at my feet. Why did you ever try to take these back?
Well, they're going to be yours anyway.
Jesus. You know, the only reason I do things is because I take great joy in irritating you. If you don't show irritation, it makes it not worth it. Can I turn around now? I'm turning around.
I am covered.
Good.
What?
Why are you so calm? You're so calm and confident now. It's weird.
I mean, I'm on bonus time. I'm
Is he still
alive.
cold?
His skin is colder than a warm body is, yeah.
But I'm not Bobby Trey.
What's
right?
his heart?
no,
What's his
no.
heart be like? Jeez.
Way to hang on to that one.
Yeah, but look. I mean,
Is
look.
there blood? Is there blood?
Yeah, he
it's on
constantly
your arm.
bleeds. It's a pretty open wound.
Why?
You watch as
I
the wound
cure
kind of
wounds.
slowly seals itself up.
No fucking way.
Oh, I didn't know it did that.
That's pretty cool.
Thank you.
What? Wow.
This is, I don't know, this is the dumbest conversation. This is bonus time. I shouldn't be here. There wasn't, it was the long sleep or come back and help.
So she just gave you the option, and then you just came back, and now you're like, what? Super half elf.
Well, love, I mean, I'm just following through on a promise made.
And we defeat Vecna, and you're just done. You're gone. That's it. Instant? Is it like we kill him and you're gone that second, or is it like we kill him and you're here for another week, or until the Raven Queen realizes that you're still here?
There isn't really a handbook.
She didn't tell you?
When Vecna is destroyed, she will call me back to where I would be right now. And I expect everyone, I mean, Keyleth and I have barely spoken. I expect everyone to be sad, but I wish you wouldn't be so sad. Not exorbitantly so, because
Exorbitant? It's a good word.
I read. Not as much as some, but I read. This is the path that I've chosen for myself. And I did it based out of desperation at first. But everyone dies.
I know.
And I think, I think our group has become a little spoiled. We're not your ordinary group of idiots. We have blessings.
We're blessed idiots.
Blessed idiots, yes. And I know that we've gotten used to feeling like we can overcome, losing anyone, but your average farmer or seamstress doesn't come back. And everybody dies. And all that matters is what you do with what you have, and I have done a lot. And I've taken great pride watching all that you have done. And I have good friends, and I have fallen in love.
Yeah.
More than most I've had.
Yeah. After you die, do you stand by her side?
That I don't really know. I imagine she'll keep me close.
Do you like her now?
Yes.
That's good.
She's necessary. And does, she's of use. And I like that.
She brought you back to us for a while. I like her too. Anyway, do you want the fucking boots back? Fuck! Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine, yeah. I wanted to give them back, so there you go. I'm glad you asked for them back.
I don't have a lot of time. They really are my favorite thing.
I know.
Physical thing.
Just make sure you write it down somewhere that
my
you go
favorite-
back to the Raven Queen that, your
Darling.
sister is
Darling.
your favorite in the universe, and she
Dear.
probably won't.
Every stitch on my body is yours when I am gone.
I don't want every stitch. None of it's worth you leaving.
I slide my feet into the shoes and I wiggle my toes around.
Alrighty.
Oh, I'm sorry. I also have a confession to make.
What?
I don't exactly have your shoes anymore.
What?
I think that I left them in the Feywild.
The Feywild?
Yeah, I think I dropped them in the bog. They didn't fit me.
You are a motherfucker. You couldn't have just put him in the bag of holding.
I'm still me.
Great. Wonderful. I like being barefoot.
You have very cute, small feet that fit in the boots that you gave me that did not fit my feet.
It's great. It's great.
They probably have
great.
shoes here.
Probably.
Yeah.
All right.
I pull out her shoes and I put them down.
Well, at least there's that.
All right. Got your shoes back. Keyleth returns with some coffee. The rest of you come to consciousness, and the morning sun is now blaring down over the cliff keep. It's a strangely clear sky for the north, and while a lot of it is relatively cold, usually, you're used to seeing the snow-capped mountaintops. Oh, you found it. There you go.
It was with you the whole time.
Must have been inside
Not in
the
detention
shoe.
anymore.
Oh my gosh. I put it in a safe place and I didn't
there you
realize
go.
it.
Thank you, Chet.
So,
Did they really know where I put it?
they know where your shit is.
That's all weird.
Knew where you put your stuff?
Hive mind.
It's in the page in front of your blue divider.
No way.
Wow, thank you. Thank you guys.
How many fingers am I holding?
so bring it back in, guys.
Sorry, yes, we have a guest.
Yes, at some point. So, what do you guys want to do?
Set off for the pools of Hetapa.
Set off for the forest near the pools of.
The adjacent to the pools of Hetapa.
We don't want to bring any extra muscle with us, do we? From these peeps. Oh wait, we missed in a long ways way. Never mind. Sorry, forget it.
Grog, you are our extra muscle.
See,
Sweetheart.
high five up top.
I'm not dead.
Yes. His hands are cold.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so you're traversing via your windwall guide.
I guess. Are we wind walking there?
No, why not to
Wind walk.
Owen?
Wind walking.
Wheaton.
Walking.
Hey, before we leave, just real quick, Kiki,
Yes.
can you send messages or anything?
No, man.
Great.
We have been
All right.
through this with our
I
entire
know,
group
I
so
know.
many times.
It's just you're so powerful. All right,
Thank you.
Can't email.
let's go.
What do you need? Do you?
I mean, I would send a letter, but it'll take like weeks, so forget it. We'll be somewhere close to somewhere with magic soon,
We
maybe.
can leave it in the hands of the Ashari and see if they can
Do you
find
trust
somebody.
these ones?
They're all right.
They're not the worst.
Not the worst.
All right, I'll scribble a little note and say, well, no, it's not gonna. There's no way they can get it to it. It's too far. It's too far. It's like,
Halfway through the letter.
I was really excited to see their face when you handed it to them. I'm like, well, what are we
I'm
supposed
just
to do
saying,
with
like,
this?
we can communicate.
Here, I'll show
to
you, Grog.
people.
Write it out, bitch.
I write, a sphincter says what?
As good message. That's a big word in the front.
Could have gotten the last one
What?
though.
Pike kind of taps in the shoulder. It's like, I'll teach you that later.
Okay.
Thank you from the Ashley Johnson simulator. That was it's always like weirdly comforting.
Curse you, blind spot.
Oh, we missed him?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
so.
So, as you all feel.
Should we eat a feast first? Or should we save that?
Save that.
Okay, I don't know what we're gonna
That's up
find.
to you guys.
No.
Okay.
All right.
I don't want it.
So preparations being done, you gather your materials. Keyleth completes the Windwalk spell, and you all feel yourselves grow slightly lighter on your toes. You concentrate, and over the minute transformation, you turn into your mist forms and take off. In what direction?
Towards the falafel pools.
Wait, we wrote it down.
Lock.
Falafel pool is actually really tasty.
Towards the. Hang on. Are we talking about the mountains?
Yeah, towards the mountains.
Well, he said which
Well, you're-
direction. He did not say where are you going. He said which direction.
Yes.
Well, we gotta look at our map.
Google Maps
We
has
have it
ruined
on the
everything.
map.
We have a map.
Okay. Well, you have Terra locked down. The pools of Witterbach would not be on your specific map that you required earlier, but you can ask around within Terra within a brief time and figure it out.
Do that before we do go into wind.
Well, we can go in and out.
Somewhere between 100 and 120 miles and they points in a specific direction, and you kind of mark where the sun's traveling and where certain landmarks are.
That's east.
Kind of quickly do the math of how fast I can travel and be like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, and it is
Shouldn't
like kind of
take
an
long.
eastward direction from where you are.
You did actually legitimately just point east too, which makes that even better. So
That's weird.
yeah, that is weird.
It's like I've been putting points in my nature skill. Survival, I guess. Depending.
Survival.
Anyway, too many additions in my head. So as you all take off into the morning sky, you begin to just rocket over, and you're hitting jets of wind that are beginning to find their way over the mountain ranges, and you get blown a little off course, but you maintain concentration best you can in that direction. Who is leading this venture?
I've been there, or no, I knew of it, right?
You knew of it, yeah.
But I don't know exactly where.
I'll, after listening to, everybody, I'll lead the way.
Ranger.
And that way I can keep an eye out for the forest next to and the house and all the things we're looking for. Because I got a good look at the map that Paylor held up in front of us as well.
Right. Okay, cool. So I need you to go ahead and make a survival check. For this, I'm going to say, yeah, because it would be sort of a tracking in the wilderness, so survival.
Survival?
Yeah.
Great. That's any advantage on that?
Wilderness is your favorite
Since it is my
terrain.
favorite terrain.
Well, it's mountain, technically, so.
That's also my favorite.
Then,
Yes.
then roll again.
Because that was a 1.
That was
Because you are tracking through mountains, yes.
28.
Okay, that'll do it. So, your speed is tremendous in this form, and so what would have been an extended trek on foot over a series of days, it takes you mere hours to eventually get to a point where you crest one heavy peak. On the opposite side, you can see down the cliffside, the edge reaches a slight precipice, and there you can see what looks to be, for about a mile or so, a cluster of dozens and dozens of pools of water of different sizes, all kind of jammed together in a geothermic cluster where you can see bright greens that move to a deep orange maroon at the edges from the various mineral deposits that have kind of collected over hundreds and hundreds of years. You can see large columns of smoke and steam of different chemical colors rising out of various large pools, and at a glance down you can see a number of shapes, a number of hulking humanoid shapes, some in the neighborhood of like 40 to 50 or so, scattered at different pools, moving in small clusters or gangs that are, some of them are like jumping in, cannonballing and swimming through the actual pools. Some of them are just lounging around and lying, and some of them appear to be returning, dragging some things from the nearby forest on the eastern side of the bank.
It's just a vacation.
It's like vacation?
Spot. Yeah.
That's great.
It's like, what's that water park nearby? The water?
Wet and Wild?
Wet and Wild, yeah.
It's essentially,
Raging Waters, that's what it's like.
For a few hundred years, you get the sense that the pools of Woodstock have been a hill giant water park. You can see these large mounds of what looks like mud and scrap wood and things that have been built in these large kind of hill giant domiciles onto the side of the mountain, not far from the pool. So it's become a definite hill giant wandering zone. So
Getting our hot springs episode.
that's awesome. So do you guys continue over the pools down towards the nearby forest ridge?
Yes, past the pools near the
Alrighty. You come to the forest ridge, and you can see it's not a thick forest. The ravine that kind of comes down off of the top of the precipice where the pools are, down the you get I'd say a few hundred. I'd say actually more than that, probably like 1,000 or more feet away from the edge of that precipice before plants even begin to grow. It looks like whatever toxic chemicals have kind of burbled up in some of these pools has made a lot of the ground there able to, give any sort of forest life, sustain any sort of large trees. So as soon as the forest begins, it is a dense little pocket, maybe about 1.5 miles, 2 miles across. That's what you got. What do you guys want to do?
Can I, oh man, should try to track any kind of footprints in there and see if there's something around the edges maybe that lead back to, shit, I don't fucking know.
Any signs of life?
It's only a couple
Anything like a
miles, yeah,
clearing or
so.
Smoke plumes from.
If you guys begin to do a loop over, who's doing a quick pass over the patch of forest? All right, go ahead and make a perception check. You do the same.
That goes great every time.
It's the forest, do I get an advantage on that one?
Yeah, no, that goes great every time.
Jeez.
I know, right? Perception though.
Yes.
So that's, what is that, 21? 21.
12.
Okay. Glancing over, you don't really see any major glades or clearings. There doesn't appear to be any sign of any bastions of civilization or any sort of logging going on. There's no areas where trees have been cut or cleared. It's kind of a featureless forest top from what you can see.
Can we fly down lower to where we're like kind of in between the trees?
You can go and go down into the forest if
Yeah.
you like. All right, who's going into the forest then?
I'll go.
Me.
I'll go.
All of us.
All of
right?
us?
I'll follow.
All right, so with Pike as well, following suit. You guys all swoop down through the boughs of the trees and into the center of the actual forest itself. Within there, it's not a super thick canopy. It's not as heavy as like Feywild or some of the other recent forests that kind of cluster around Vasselheim. So there are breaks in the canopy where you can see the sunbeams come through from the morning sun that's rising up higher and higher in the sky as you've traveled. The mist is burned away in this area, so it's a nice warm forest. Glancing about, there is a lot of life in here. You can see signs of squirrels. You rush by what looks like a family of Wolverine-like creatures that are kind of rustling by, and as soon as the wind scoots in and your mist forms come rocketing past, they all scatter and just run off into the shadows. There's a lot of forest ground here to cover. I would say for you to really super track with advantage, you'd have to go in human form. I'll give you a regular roll if you want to try and track in your mist form.
Not so much tracking right now, just a loose pass over as we're going, looking for any kind of maybe hunting traps or trails, signs of life of things that have been traversed a lot.
I'd say make an investigation check.
27.
Double nod.
27.
Double nod.
You begin coasting through tree after tree, through small, tiny bits of clearing that immediately come into large clusters of trunks and knotted branches that all merge and cluster at different intersections. After about 20 or so minutes of this, trying to do a large kind of spiral around the forest inward, out of the corner of your eye, Vexalia, you glance over and see just a quick glimpse of something that appears to be more structured. You look back and rush over, and there you see amongst the trees what appears to be a humble-looking two-story home. You see a small balcony built on the second floor that kind of goes over one of the larger rooms on the bottom floor. It's not huge by any means and is hidden by a lot of the local brush and trees there. You can't get a lot more detail at this distance, though.
Okay, we land. I land.
Okay.
And kind of behind a tree, take form.
Take your form? Okay, so all of you land and follow Vex?
Yeah.
All right. You all take a minute to go back to your physical forms, and you glance over, and there it is, standing before you. It's very shaded in this part of the forest. You can see a little bit of what looks to be interior light. Very, very faint.
Like a normal person-sized dwelling?
Make a perception check.
You've got this, Grog. Normal.
Natural 20.
Hey! Yes!
It would be a little small for you, Grog, but you could walk in it. Proportionally, it looks maybe like it was built for a little bit of a smaller person.
Okay.
I'm going to start eyeballing the ground and the house for any kind of traps set out for people. Is that investigation, yeah?
That is investigation.
18.
18. Okay. So you guys begin to slowly...
Wait. Before we do, I mean, there are no,
Traps.
random nudist giants that have run over in this area, right? There's nobody sees us over here taking off.
You're worried about giants streaking us?
Well, I mean, not particularly, just
That was very specific.
Well, yeah. I mean, have you ever seen a giant naked? You'll never forget it.
I don't know,
Are
actually.
you
Well,
suggesting
no,
we
you're
set
not.
up a perimeter?
Yeah. I mean, it's a tiny house. I don't really want to go in there. I like having exits that I fit through.
Well,
What?
I
want a
don't
couple
want
of us
whoever
stay
it is
outside.
to think that we threaten them in any way. But then if they threaten us, I wouldn't want them to attack us either.
Yeah, I'll just knock the house down from the outside.
Let's keep this structure standing for now.
I'll stay outside.
Are we knocking properly, or are we just going to invisibility in and see who's in
I feel
there?
like maybe knock properly.
I mean,
Alright.
if you think long and hard about it, like it's not like manners have failed us very often.
Yeah.
All right.
But do keep an eye out for traps or anything weird on the way up.
I think we have failed at manners.
We
Yeah,
fail at
we
manners
suck at
more
this.
often.
Yeah,
So
we
let's
might be bad
try
at
to be
manners.
nice.
Okay, let's
Let's see how this goes. We're going to try being nice.
I'll just stay out here.
Okay, I'll go knock on the door. It seems like a smallish door, right?
Yeah, I'll go with you.
Okay, so what's the marching order?
Oh,
I'll go first.
Nothing pricked up my spidey sense.
Well, from this current glance, no.
Okay.
You guys are behind a tree in the distance.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
no new giants, right?
I'm
Currently, no. But you're keeping an eye
walking
out.
with a smile, looking very friendly.
All right, who's leading the charge?
Make them answer the question.
I'll go knock.
Answer the question.
I'll walk behind Scanlan.
All right, so we have Scanlan
Scanlan's dead.
and Vexalia.
I'm gonna go as well and continue to eyeball for traps.
I'll be hanging back a bit as well.
I'll be comfortably back as well.
Just before we knock, what
What
were we
about Pike?
told
Is
was
she
in this
going?
thing?
Where's Pike going?
Pike's going to probably stay in the center with
key.
you guys.
Okay.
Inside a person.
And you're
Inside a house.
It's possible the person is the key. I'm not sure.
just trinket within your necklace. This.
No, he's out.
Okay, trinket is out alongside you.
Yeah, it's the non-intimidating.
And Grog,
nice
you
and
hit.
political.
He's a very friendly bear. Look at him.
I'm outside the house.
Trinket,
Okay.
smile.
Yeah.
So
Be
as
friendly.
you get across the small walkway towards the front, as you're walking with a big smile, Vexalia, something catches your eye in the ground right before her, and you watch as she steps forward. You reach out and grab her wrist and hold her back before she steps down.
What is it?
There is a large, rusted iron bear trap that is open that you almost stepped right into.
Well, that would have been Dunsky's.
I was being friendly, and it almost crushed me.
Well, it's a bear trap. It could be.
Trinket, be careful. This thing was made for you.
Trinket kind of walks up to it.
No, be
No,
careful.
let's just-
Spit on it. Can he spit? Can Trinket spit?
It's not very. It's more of like a. It's a
Turner and Hootie.
yeah. It's a power drool, if you will.
Is it easy enough just to walk around?
Yeah, you can walk around that one, and you begin to see what looks to be about 7 other ones that are kind of
Joy.
cluster around the outside of this house.
Probably a giant infestation.
You know
what?
That's exactly why. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bear traps are the biggest
Fair
thing
play,
you can
fair
get
play.
for a giant.
There's a bear trap.
Can we
Sorry,
evade
Grog.
them and get into?
You begin to walk around.
Don't think too hard.
Still looking.
Do a little
Yeah,
stick tap.
yeah, you would actually. You, as you step around one, you can see at the front door there is a welcome mat that says "Welcome."
Amazing.
And as you're approaching it, you can see the welcome mat. There's just something a little off about it. Like it's raised higher than the ground should be.
Welcome.
Huh.
Trap? So
Well, I
hiding a
could
plate?
attempt to dicker with it, but we could just knock the door over it if we really are going on manners.
Double check to make sure the door isn't a problem either, I imagine, if the welcome mat is.
The door's going to blow if we knock on it. I mean, we don't have much luck with doors.
Doors
Can I-
does.
Grab like a stick and lift the edge of the mat up.
Oh wow.
Door really
What
is
do you want to do?
Oh,
then?
just
just a tree
saying.
that's seen some shit.
So are you stopping her from doing that?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Let me take a look at it, please. So I've already detected.
Yes.
I will attempt to disarm it with thieves' tools, correct?
Yes.
A sign of the future.
That's fine. That's that is a 29.
Okay.
think
You
that's
walk over and you look and you watch that there is a small cord that is kind of hidden amongst the brush that runs from underneath the mat through a small ring that goes up from the house, then up what looks to be a branch or a vine, so it's hidden amongst it. You can look straight up about 40 feet, you see a nice, solid, thick trunk that is just like...
Oh, that's some predator shit.
right above the door.
Motherfuckers Ewok'd
This
this.
guy.
I feel like there's a complicated story that goes along with all of this that I'm really excited
Oh my
about.
god, is this
So-
going to be like an Uncharted kind of
You
adventure?
love a good-
Let's
We
do a
have
little-
found the
Forest.
cabin of Macaulay Culkin.
Let's Tomb Raider this shit. Yes,
So-
yes.
So, knowing this, you walk over and grab the cord, kind of looking to see what the leverage is. You motion to Grog to come over and hold it. You find another piece of what looks to be heavy stone that is by the wall to the side. With Grog's help, you snip it, bring it over, and tie it onto the edge of this piece of the stonework, like a small kind of a pole that was placed into for the base of the house. and it holds the weight of the suspended trunk, and it no longer triggers based on step.
Thank you, big man. And Percy, I'm sorry. I know you like a good Rube Goldberg, but
I was really excited by this thing. It's a shame to dismantle it.
But it's still there.
It's still there.
Maybe when we leave, we can crash it down.
There's quite a bit to admire here.
The door look hinky at all?
Make an investigation check.
Does that door look kinky at all?
Is
You
it
did
very?
say kinky.
I
Also
said hinky.
Yeah, hinky.
Oh,
18.
definitely, I heard
18.
kinky.
It
what
does
you
not
wanna hear.
does not appear to be trapped per se. It does appear to be locked.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to pick it.
I want to
I'm
use the
not.
stick and... Oh, here,
Yeah, I
Scan,
was-
and you
I
were
was-
going to knock.
Were you going to knock, or should I knock?
So that you don't have to touch the door in case it's magic.
Which, as a note, the door at full height is about at the shoulders of most of you. You recognize this. This is definitely a homestead built on the scale for probably halfling or gnome. It's still pretty big for a gnomish home, meaning it's a little more spacious. Headroom, you'd probably be able to stand in comfortably, except for you, Grog. You're probably a little hunched.
I'm outside.
But
So it's like an ostentatious gnome door.
kind of.
A little more than is needed.
Yeah, like me.
California gnome. Yeah.
So I'll just rap on the door with my knuckles.
Vacation
Okay.
Scanlan.
There's an awkward pause.
Hello? Bidet?
Darren, if you want to go ahead into the stage,
It's Vacation Darren.
I'm glad you didn't murder us with bear traps.
You need this. Oh, you need this. Oh! I've
Hey.
been goosed. They give.
Chaotic evil
Checking in.
necromancer gnome. There you go.
You weren't supposed to tell them.
I didn't. Sorry about
So
this.
you hear amongst your business for the day, out of nowhere, on the door.
Katiake!
I open it.
Okay, you hear what sounds like 6 or 7 different locks unlocking the door as it slowly swings open. And before them, what do they see?
A very small, elderly gnome, bald on top, with a long, long white beard, and a bit of a distant look in his eyes. And he looks at you and says, "Are you real?"
I think so.
"You're real. Prove it. Say that you're real to my invisible frog companion."
I will step forward and say, "Hello there. I'm real."
"Yes, you're real. There's no invisible frog companion. The voices in my head would not have spoken to that. They know a little bit better than that. But that doesn't matter. I haven't had people here in over 35 years." "But you're here, and you're real. Go away." "Dimitrik, show them out."
Dimitri.
You,
that an invisible-
you watch as 2 tiny red claws curl around the corner as these tiny impish wings kind of unfurl, and you watch as a tiny imp releases from the edge of the door frame
Oh my gosh.
Get out! And slams the door.
And show yourself out, Dimitrik. I don't need you here. 19 years of you is more than enough.
You hear muffling argument through the doors. The voice goes, "I'll stay where I am, please. You gave me permission to stay. If anyone's going to leave, you're going to leave."
I think you should go to Craghammer and become a circus performer with a little tin cup and a little hat and say, "Oh dear, I'm Dimitrik, the magical imp." That's where you belong, I tell you right now.
That sounds like a lot more fun than having to deal with you on a daily basis, you son of a...
Go, language imp.
The door creaks open once more.
Sorry. The door creeps open again. I'm sorry as well. For him, he's awful.
I stick my foot in.
Go!
I'm really very sorry to bother you, although I'm delighted to make your acquaintance. I'm having a very hard time not just smiling like an idiot. Could we trouble you just for a few moments? We mean no harm at all. We do need to talk to you. We've come a very long way. As farts. That's got to count for something.
We could give you some interesting conversation. 35 years is a very long time.
We've done a lot, we've seen a lot, we could tell you all about it.
I play an old traditional gnome song to try to sort of just kind of soften him a bit.
Make a performance check.
A performance.
Yeah, what is an old gnome song?
I don't know. 24.
It's been a long time since you've heard music, let alone one that kind of scratches an old memory of childhood.
You can play more or less, whatever strikes your fancy, to be fair.
Going to the chapel.
You see the imp in the back going, "Oh, stop that racket!"
You don't even appreciate music. What would an imp song sound like? You can't say one, can you? Because you don't have music where you're from.
I can, but it'll cause your ears to bleed. It sounds like this.
Dimitri, I find that very entertaining.
You're such a liar!
You know me.
The imp just poof, vanishes before you.
Oh, he's gone. Don't worry about him. He gets a little bit testy, if you will. So,
may we speak? May we have a moment of your time?
Very well. You can come in if you like. Just be careful. There's illusions and thingamahoppers.
We have a. Sorry, that's infectious. We have a really big guy. Will he? Are you all right with him coming in? Grog, are you all right with coming in?
How the fuck do I get in that damn door?
Have you not crawled on all fours before?
You should try it if you haven't. It's quite delightful.
Are you lying?
No, for once.
Can I
no,
do an
I'm
inside
not.
check on Percy?
Sure.
It's all the rage.
19.
I have never actually been quite so honest in my entire life. This is. I think you'll find it very therapeutic. I'm not
Rolling
kidding.
on all fours.
How does it feel?
I'm waiting for it to kick in.
Crawl on, you forward, back a
little
bit,
more time.
Yeah, you
stretch,
have to give it a chance before you feel the
downward
high.
dog, stretch.
What?
You watch as this large, gray-skinned mountain of a man just kind of crawls his way in, and you could
Duck walk through?
you could duck walk through if you really wanted to. It's like this is worse than Gandalf and you know in Baghdad.
I feel you've
you're
committed.
like
I'm just like, I'm putting the vote there.
yeah. It's
All fours then.
all fours.
you.
It is probably that's probably the most comfortable means of transport
Right.
through the house. But you walk in, and immediately, you watch as your new gnomish friend is going around and quickly disabling small things, like putting small keys and tying off strings and wires you saw that were set up around portions of the room.
I am going to try and map this in my head, the crazy stuff I'm seeing right now.
You also, this place is, it's like a hoarder's den. You see just shelves and shelves of books and papers and scrolls and stacks of them, and you see on bits of furniture and chairs just more stacks of books and sacks and satchels and quills and inkwells, some spilt and left and dried long ago. This place is very lived in, very chaotic, and very unique.
The first thing I'd do is we come in is scan the room or rooms for more Macaulay Culkin shenanigans.
Make an investigation check.
Yeah.
McCulkins. I think we can just call them McCulkins now.
Yeah, but
Yeah, like
you don't know that
MacGyver's.
he's going to disable them all.
No.
No. Zub, 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 zub. That is a 21. Yeah.
Okay. You do see there's one portion of the floor that he keeps avoiding, just instinctually. That catches your attention. You're like, why does he keep walking around that?
Okay.
What's your name, friend?
Oh, well, that was taken from me a very long time ago. I only have what they call me. You know, names are an odd thing, aren't they? Sometimes a name can stick to you like blood on a knife or your fingers on a wallet that might not be your property. And then who you were is not who you are, and yet here we are.
That oddly
What do they-
made way too
That made
much
a lot of sense. What should we call
for me
you?
What do
right
they
now.
call you?
Oh, they called me Sprig. There's more.
Sprig?
They called me Sprig the Obnoxious.
Sprig the Obnoxious.
Yes, it's not my given name. It was a name that was given to me when it was given to me.
Did you used to be obnoxious? Because I'm not picking that up.
No,
off
it's
of you.
finding it rather charming.
Oh no.
We're rarely who we used to be.
Could we shorten it to Sprig?
Is there mercury in those pools that were like?
Who? Is that a friend of yours?
Oh no.
I sometimes will talk to the fourth wall. It's a thing.
Yeah.
Well, it's a domicile. There has to be 4 walls.
Mercury.
If there weren't, it would be a yurt. I don't live in a yurt, dear boy.
We
With
just
your fancy...
stayed in a yurt.
We did.
did?
I sometimes live in a yurt. They're quite nice.
I have nothing against yurts.
It's okay. I
Like
won't defend
like
it.
a stick that you would put in a yurt so it would fall over. I would want it to fall over, therefore I would have nothing against yurts. Dimitri!
That's good. That's
imp
tense humor.
appears across the room and just goes, "Good one. That was very. I am so sorry."
Pike,
Thank you, Dimitri.
do you think maybe a greater restoration is in order?
Oh.
Pike goes, why?
No reason.
I don't think you can restore 35 years of loneliness.
Could I just touch your hand for a second? Is that okay?
Why?
Just to see if we can help your day.
Do you not think that I'm real?
Probably not.
I assure you, I'm real. I'm here.
Think
My
of me.
companions are long gone. They were like you, and you, and I'm all that is left. You are.
What happened?
You,
You had
are looking
companions.
into a mirror of your future.
I'm going to look like you, or you're going to look like me?
No, I know what he means. Who are your companions?
Oh. Memories. They're all memories now. I don't even remember their names. I remember some of them, but we were heroes, and now I am here. Oh.
Oh no.
Were there no other gnome folk in your party?
No. There was one. There was one like you. There was a big one, a mighty one. There was one like you. Brave and kind.
That's like me. That's exactly
Indeed.
like me.
There was one like you. Smart, yet sad.
Oh.
And you as well.
Oh no.
And I was you.
Pike goes, please?
Indeed.
And she grabs your hand and concentrates for a second. You watch the holy symbol flares for a moment, and the warmth passes through her arms into your hand, and it feels nice. It's like holding a freshly heated cup of tea. And as the spell completes and she pulls back, that's all. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Very kind of you. Don't ever do that again.
Right. Okay. That's okay.
Indeed.
Your companions, not to bring up sad times, how long ago did they go away, perish?
37 years.
And how, was it in a fight or a...
Oh, yes.
Against a powerful entity?
Oh, no. Against ignorance. Against bravery that should never have been. And that's why I'm here and they're not, because I ran, you see. I'm your future. They'll all be gone. You, and you, and you, and you, and you.
While listening to all
And you'll be left.
While listening to all that, Vax slid his hand into Keyleth's and just quietly listened to the whole thing.
Oh, well, perhaps we should talk of other things. Should we?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we want this to be a positive visit for you, so is there anything that we can tell you from the world outside that you might be curious about?
World outside? Who needs the world outside? I have everything here, and what I need, dear boy, I have taken from Craghammer. All these books, you see, those are mine. They should have been mine to begin with, and I took them, and now they are mine.
I'm going to peruse some of these titles quietly.
The books, you mean?
Yes, yes. Well, you'd like to look at the books, would you?
I find it's the easiest way to learn quite a bit about a person. So
Oh,
look at
you're
their
very
bookshelf.
welcome to look at anything you like. What will you give me, dear boy? I require something. And yet, what do I need living here? Not much. Huh. Intelligence? No. Secrets? No. Love? No. Sadness? Bravery? Power? What do you have that you would give me?
I'll reach in the bag of holding. I'll take out Percy's glasses. Would you care for a pair of these spectacles?
I seek power, dear boy.
Oh.
Not silliness. If I wanted silliness, I would talk to a sun tree. No one ever should talk to a sun tree. They should only listen to a sun tree. And so I shall say again, if you would like to peruse my book and perhaps find what you are looking for, what will you give me that would bring power and redemption into my life?
What do you have, Grog?
Give him some ale.
That's not fucking power.
You don't know.
I have,
But it's been a while since he said some of that.
It seems you have powerful items.
I do. I have, these bracers of defense.
Ah, but that is strength. I require power.
Shit. Fuck.
Well, I reach into my bag and start cleaning a small green shard of residuum, and polishing it.
Dimitri, if you excuse me for just while you look, talk to my imp, if you'll pardon us. A word, Dimitri.
Just one moment. What?
The big one worries me. I think we should have a code in case we have to jump him.
What code would you wish?
Help.
Goliath grab. Okay. But we need to remember that. We need to remember that.
Goliath
We'll
grab.
need some
Good
sort
luck.
of mnemonic device to remember Goliath grab. G. Goodness gracious, grab that Goliath. O.
Oh.
This is a long mnemonic.
I feel this mnemonic is actually.
I'll tell you what.
the actual-
I've got your back.
I don't feel that at all. You're right in front of me. How could you have my back? Go away. So, what do you have for me? You've had ample time to look in your bag of holding to produce something very
Powerful.
Yes.
Well, I do have one thing that seems to be pretty powerful.
What is it?
Oh,
Don't do it. Don't do it.
I'll pull out of the bag of holding a small leather case.
Oh,
And I'll open
my
a flap.
God.
I don't know if you have any interest in this, but my experience with these items has been very extreme.
Sprig.
Would you care to take a card?
Would you care to give them to me?
All or just one?
Well, no, you could pick a card.
Make an Arcana check.
Which would be...
Oh no.
Roll d20
Oh.
and add your Arcana skill modifier to it.
Oh. You are. You are a madman. This is. It is.
15.
Let's get it out of
You don't recognize what he's holding in his hands, but you immediately see the leather casing around it in just your your essence being able to read certain elements of magic. It does appear to be a powerful enchantment, whatever he has procured from the bag.
Indeed. Perhaps one card for one book.
Oh, God.
Yeah, sure. I mean, Percy, do you have a book that, out of all of these that you want to read?
What are you looking for? What do you seek? What knowledge? You see, I've got it all
We
here.
seek
We seek a key.
to find a very ancient goddess
Oh, don't say
dire
Ayun.
straits.
Don't say
Yes.
Ayun.
We are searching for Ayun.
You just did.
Is there
You said
another
Ayun.
name that you would like us to use, like a nickname instead of Ayun?
She who will not be named.
Broken goddess. I know more than Ayun, please. Ayun. Oh, gods, what do they know? We know more than they, for we exist. We live. We adventure. They merely observe. Am I right?
You have a point. I mean, they don't do much for us in the day-to-day.
Are you saying you know more than Ayun?
Well, of course I know more than Ayun.
Can you prove that you know more than Ayun?
Yes.
So if I ask you a question that is almost impossible to answer, you could answer it before Ayun could answer it.
Could Ayun create a rock so heavy that even she couldn't
Oh,
lift
please, please, please. I'm far too clever to ask such a simple question. That's easy. I would have to ask something that was very difficult to answer.
I will give you your answer if you give me a card.
You know, I was just saying what a good idea I thought it was, but I thought you were talking about the entire deck, Grog. I think the entire deck is a fairer thing than have him pull a card, because that seems unpredictable to me.
Yeah, that sounds perfect to me.
We're all in a small enclosed space together, Grog, and I like this fellow.
Sprig, it is quite powerful, yes, but also maybe slightly
A
dangerous.
bit dangerous, to be fair.
I am here alone. Well, that's...
Right.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Go peddle your papers somewhere where they'd like papers peddled.
You're not alone at the moment.
That's true.
This
Very
is
true.
Very true. And I'd rather not put my life in the hands of you, not knowing you very well.
Some did. I'm here.
Yes.
They are not.
So something bad could happen and you'd run away and we'd be stuck here?
37 years. I ran away. I've been here deciding how to live again. How not to run away. That's what all this is about, isn't it? You can't just hide from the world. I've done it. I've done it for a long, long time. And maybe you being here means that I should hide no longer. Or maybe I just have an invisible frog friend, eh? Maybe I have nothing here and nothing here.
Whoever has devised these contraptions and created this safety for you is a genius. I'm not saying you're necessarily...
There was both of us.
I somehow don't think so.
What?
It's on me.
I have had my own demons to contend with in my life to make me doubt my own intelligence. I get the sense that your compatriot, I hate to call it friend here.
I hate to call it friend, and yet I do. Isn't that right? Friend!
Fortunately.
What are you doing here?
You could...
None of you... No! No!
Yes!
Why does he ask me?
Yes! Be polite. They're guests in our home.
Oh, it's not our home.
19 years you've been here, ever since your master died, trying to enter and got tricked into one of my traps. And now you're here. Does that answer your question? Now, why don't you tell him what I just said?
My master died trying to get in here on one of the traps, and now I call this my home.
Beautifully said. Bravo. You should be a little performer in Craghammer. You know what the reviews would be? Not very good. Shameful behavior. Abysmal behavior from the abyss itself.
Well, we don't have. I mean, many of the things that we carry are very dangerous, and obviously you have a great deal of genius here. Perhaps I'm going to show him the elemental shard. I don't know if this would interest you, but it's. I consider it to be of great value.
As you're showing him the residuum piece you're
The
polishing?
last piece of residuum I have.
All right. So this is it's a sliver of what looks like green glass. It's finely polished, about that thick, about that long. And you've read about this. You've read that condensed residuum is very susceptible to enchantment and or the focusing of short-term magic spells. It's expensive. It's slotted. It's hard to find, and
I will use that ring of telekinesis to lift it up and take a better look at it.
Okay, as you watch as it just kind of darts out of your hand and wisps up maybe 2 feet ahead of him and just kind of slowly rotates above him as he inspects it.
Impressive, but not as impressive as the giant log.
Oh, yes. But is there power in this, dear boy? Or are there only secrets for you? Are secrets? He is power.
I may be secrets, and that is of me. But I believe there is power in its secret. People died for that. Many people.
People die every day, except me. That's my punishment, child. I live on. I live on with my shame and my intelligence, and you.
Because of Ioun.
What's your relationship to her?
What is anyone's relationship to a god?
Good question.
Well, some of us are champions, some of them don't like them, some of them worship them but don't really get respect. What's yours?
All of that and more.
So you're a champion. Are you a champion of Ioun?
You're a champion of Ioun. Of course he's a champion of Ioun.
I wouldn't say that.
But may we might, wouldn't we?
Champion of Ioun. Are you going to start calling me Ioun's champion?
Only if it bothers you. Ioun's champion.
I like it. Drat, eh? Drat! You tell them what you know of Ioun.
She's a heinous bitch who got what's coming to her 800 years ago.
What? It's a bit common, but that is his belief. What is yours? What is your thought about Ioun?
We know that she possesses knowledge that could help us in our quest to save the world. And therefore, no matter what her personality is, she is valuable to us.
And yet, is there value in saving the world? Or should you just let it all go away?
No, I think we should save it.
Yeah, we're pretty pro.
Yeah.
We're pro-world here.
Are you?
Hmm.
Oh, that is interesting.
Yeah.
Sprig, you're seeking power.
I seek redemption. There is great power in redemption.
We offer you redemption. Collaborating with us grants you the power to fell a would-be god.
Excuse me. For 1 second. Can I speak to you for just a second?
What?
He's tricky. I think we should get a mnemonic device on what we need to do if he becomes too tricky. You should say, elf boy grabs. E for E dads. There's an elf. We should grab him.
All right.
L. Let's grab that elf boy.
Right, all right.
F.
I think we can.
Yeah, you guys can hear all of this.
Forsooth, I shall grab this elf boy.
Got it, understood. Yes.
Not an elf, not an elf.
What?
Not an elf, not an elf.
Why do people like calling you elf boy and elf girl?
Because
There's something
we
we
have
should read into there.
vaguely pointed ears, not even fully pointed ears. My mother was not an elf.
Excuse me for
He has a vague point.
just a second. He's not an elf.
We'll stick with the device. I've got your back.
I still don't feel it.
You will.
All right. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Mirror Man.
Yes.
God, Mirror Man.
Listen,
All right.
let's cut to the chase here. We need information from you.
Indeed.
You need something from us.
Yes.
Grog, give him a card.
Wait.
Give him a card. We're dancing around this. We need this, man.
Is this a permanent?
The stone. Are you taking the stone?
Are you going to take the stone as a source of power?
Or are
He
you
said
going
it's
to
too
take this
mysterious
random
for
little
him.
card?
I thought we were talking about redemption.
If you'll allow me. You have been very quiet.
Yes, I'm a little freaked out right now. You're like my worst fear incarnate. And sorry, that seemed very rude. My worst nightmare incarnate.
That didn't
seemed
make it any
wrong.
better, dear child. Go ahead. Why am I your worst fear in a carnation?
Fair as well.
I've seen you in my dreams. You're
Is that?
Go get him, Tiger.
All
He
right.
starts chasing the imp around their room.
somehow.
Up in the corner, like turns invisible.
Oh, I guess you found that unbearable.
That was a good pun.
Thank
That was
you
a
very
really
much.
good pun.
Thank you very
You
much.
hear the tiniest little demonic fart by your ear.
Somehow.
I'm also gently steering Trinket away from the floorboard in the middle of the room as he walks by.
Somehow everything you have said since the minute we walked into this building has made 100% sense, and I think that's what scares me the most, as I understand everything you've said.
It should scare you the most. I was one of you.
I know.
I did what you did.
I know.
37 years ago, I did it.
What?
And we fought, and we fought, and they were right here. They were right here.
Who is they?
My companions.
And who were we fighting against? You, we.
No.
Gods?
God?
It was silly. It was hobgoblins. It should never have happened. It was a simple fight. And they died. And I ran. And I can't even remember their names.
Sprig,
Yes?
would you like to be needed again? Maybe it's time to stop running.
What would I do?
We can grant you power in items, but I think all of us, I don't want to speak for all of us, but I think all of us can speak a little bit to the fact that items don't grant you as much inner power as you expect them
Unless
to.
they're boots, and then they're amazing.
Unless they're very highly argued and debated upon boots.
Yeah.
In which case, I still
Are
think
we
the
about to have a
arguments.
debate about boots? I'm against them. Your turn.
I am for them usually.
Continue, counselor, but watch yourself.
Have you any idea where the key to Ioun's is?
In the boots?
Yes.
We're talking about boots, are we?
Yes. Boots that hold a key to the Ioun's location, specifically.
I think the key might be here, but I don't really know.
Sprig, the world is on the brink right now. It's worse than hobgoblins. And we've come here in great need, and the world is in great need. And the power that I offer you is making a difference.
Well then, Make me believe in Ioun. We'll make a difference together.
Make you believe?
Yes.
Of course he believes. Believing's not the question.
Well, books everywhere, you see. That's something you can hold. That's something you can learn.
That's
Ioun,
something that's tangible. Ioun is distant.
But she could be tangible if you'd help us find her.
What if we have found her? What if Sprig is right? What if all of the information that Ioun knows is here in Sprig?
I really want to look at these. I want to look at these books really quickly. I'm having a moment.
There's thousands of
I
them.
just want to start looking at these titles. What are these books?
Well, you go over and start walking towards the edge of the nearest bookcase. And all of you at once, everyone but Sprig actually, suddenly hear a voice come through, filling your mind, filling your consciousness, filling your ears, sourceless, delivered to your consciousness directly.
Thank you for showing me where he is.
And that's where we're gonna take a break.
Oh. Fuck!
We'll be right back here in a minute.
How?
But
We don't have the eye! What a cock! No.
Oh my God, it's been in the troll dick all along.
It's always been the Trodic.
All right, we'll be in just a minute.
Damn it.
It's my new
We'll be back here in a few
swear
minutes,
word.
guys. We have, for the Twitch giveaway, we have this awesome Peruvian walnut, oh God, dice tray. Leather interior, it's very nice. It's the same type that I have actually back here, which is nice. Giving away for somebody in the Twitch chat, so run it over, and the code for the evening is SPRIG. S-P-R-I...
GG.
GG, yes.
Double G.
SPRIGG. Spell Sprig, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to win that valuable prize.
So pay attention in the chat when it's time to go ahead and enter Sprig into the chat, and one lucky winner will be announced when we get back here. See you guys in a few minutes.
Is only a week away. That means there is so much to FOMO over, so let's get right to it. This week on Talkin' Tunes, Rob Paulson was joined by his friend Tara Strong, who you've undoubtedly heard doing the voices of your favorite characters like Bubbles from the Powerpuff Girls, Timmy Turner from the Fairly Odd Parents, and Raven in Teen Titans Go. If you've ever wondered what it's like to work as a professional voice actor, this Alpha show is for you. If you've ever wanted to create incredible art, then be sure to tune into the new season of Project Pixel. Join Havana Mahoney and a special guest as they dive into the process of drawing a living, breathing human. And to make it extra special, the models for this 4-part lesson will be the stars of some of your favorite Geek and Sundry shows. Imagine the fan art you'll be able to create. Wow! And if awesome shows like Talkin' Tunes and Project Pixel weren't enough, you're also going to get the opportunity to win this awesome pile of books and comics just for being an Alpha member. All you have to do is answer the question on the Books Glorious Books Contest forum post at projectalpha.com. If you are finalizing your plans for Comic-Con next week, be sure to include our incredible lineup of panels and events in your calendar. The Nerdist Hall H panel takes place on Thursday at 4:45 with Chris Hardwick, Jessica Chobot, and the rest of the gang from your favorite Nerdist shows. The Geek and Sundry panel will be in room 5AB on Friday at 2:30 with Felicia Day, Marisha Ray, and many more of the talented folks that bring you the shows you love.
Listen, Mortys, it's me, Kyle Rick Hill, and you gotta check out my panel on Saturday at 2 p.m. in room 7AB. We're gonna take a look at the science behind my hit television show Rick and Morty with some other guys named Dan Harmon, Justin Roiland, and Mark McMahon. This is hard on my voice.
Thanks for that, Kyle Rick. Critters, the big Critical Role panel is taking place on Saturday at 10:30 a.m. in room 6BCF with the cast and will be moderated by Talks host Brian W. Foster. And finally, fans of the spooky and supernatural have to stick around for the live Bizarre States podcast on Sunday at 1 p.m. in room 6A with Jessica Chobot and her little buddy Andrew Bowser. And if you don't have a badge, fear not, friend. You can still check out the Nerdist, Geek and Sundry, and Alpha Con favorite, Carnival, in space. This year, Carnival will be located on the terrace at the Marriott Marquis and Marina and will feature awesome activities like Nerdist Laser Tag, a photo op with Han Solo and Carbonite, the Geek and Sundry Tabletop Lounge, and a Wonder Woman cosplay march. Stop by Thursday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. And if you're looking further down the road this con season, be sure to pick up your tickets to Critical Role Live at Gen Con on August 18th at the Old National Center. The show will be an in-canon episode with the cast, with some very special surprises. Tickets are available now at geekandsundry.com/crlive. Thanks for checking everything out on Geek and Sundry, Nerdist, and Alpha. See you later, con people!
We really should be starting soon.
Come on, then face me! Hammer done!
Okay, you're just a knight with a hammer. Oh, you're not Reinhardt. Guys, I get it. Everyone's excited. I'm the voice of Reinhardt in Overwatch. Don't worry, my friends. I am your shield. But you know me. I've done a lot of things in my career. I was on Broadway at the St. James Theater in a musical production of How the Grinch Stole Christmas.
Protect the payload!
Hello, everyone. I'm actor and voiceover person Darren DePaul, and welcome to Signal Boost, where we go. Boosts follow, like a dog following a man wearing bacon trousers and sausage shoes. We bring you knowledge, like a manticore of old who's just gotten a job as a knowledge spike delivery boy. Hi, it's Darren. Those were terrible similes. And, as the old saying goes, when you make a terrible simile, an angel coughs up blood. Because they do. They cough up blood. Like a frat boy that's just discovered that gallon of red paint does not make a good mimosa. And I'm back. My first boost is the weird and unsettling, yet genuinely funny comic book series, Lenore, the cute little dead girl, created by the amazingly talented Roman Dirge and published by Titan Books. Hey, do I have a signed print of the art that's so wrong it's right? Why, yes. Yes, I do. My wife, Deborah Cardone. Now, this series, inspired by an Edgar Allan Poe poem, Lenore, the cute little dead girl, it's a darkly comic series with a little sadness, and it tells the afterlife adventures of Lenore and all her weird friends. Now, okay.
Bye, honey.
Bye. I love you. Thank you for marrying me. It's my own personal Lenore. girl. And now, our show races on like a cheetah, strapped to a slightly faster cheetah. Boost 2. I love podcasts. Listen to them all the time. Comedy Bang Bang, Never Not Funny with Jimmy Pardo, The Smartest Man in the World with Greg Proops, Spontaneation with one of my personal heroes, Paul F. Tompkins. But, ladies and gentlemen of the Signal Boost audience, allow me the honor of introducing you to the one podcast that you may not know. It's an important one, settling the critical issues of the day and, dare I say, of history. I am, of course, speaking of We Got This with Mark and Hal. Every week, Mark Gagliardi and Hal Lublin from the Thrilling Adventure Hour and Welcome to Night Vale, well, they tackle the important issues of the day. Like, do you put ketchup on a hot dog? Best Halloween candy. Worst Christmas song. Best finger. And one of my faves, yeah, that's right, I said faves. And I'm wearing a sweater vest. Ladies, Merry Christmas. One of my faves is calling or texting. It's a great one, and it features Paul F. Tompkins. Now, this podcast, guys, it's like spending time with your smart, funny friends and their great guests who settled these arguments once and, dare I say, for all. Full disclosure, the first person I met when I began my Los Angeles adventure 3.5 years ago was Hal Lublin. It was my second day in town. My wife and I were at Meltdown Comics, and Hal Lublin just passed by. Now, he saw me smiling at him, and he came over and introduced himself. Now, I am a longtime fan of the Thrilling Adventure Hour, and I stammered like a little girl because that moment, it meant so much to me. It was like LA was saying, hi, welcome, come on in and play with us. And I am proud to now call Hal my dear friend. And I'm really excited that he started this podcast. And all I can say, I'm too excited because all I can say is, people of the world, tune in to We Got This with Mark and Hal. And for my final boost, I am boosting the great bluegrass band, the Red Clay Ramblers. But first, a story. Okay, gang, it's Darren. I was not popular growing up. And I grew up in Palm Beach, Florida, and part of that whole Palm Beach, Florida thing is you had to take ballroom dancing. Yeah, ballroom dancing. And the boys would be on one side of the ballroom, the girls would be on the other. And we had to cross the ballroom, bow, and ask them to dance with me. And they always said no. So, I always had this thing about dancing, you know? Just letting myself go and dancing. But then, I saw a Broadway show called Full Moon, which starred theatrical clowns Bill Irwin and one of my teachers, David Shiner. And it featured the music of the Red Clay Ramblers. It was the first time I saw the Ramblers. I wasn't really a bluegrass fan, but it was electric. It was silly. It was joyful. It was perfect. It was everything I love about theater. It was everything I love about music. It was everything I love about being alive. And the music of the Red Clay Ramblers, well, it always brings me back to that first experience. And it makes me feel like dancing, even when I'm standing still. All of their albums are great. I have them all. But start with Full Moon, because you will hear two of my most favorite songs in the history of ever. Hiawatha's Lullaby and I Crept into the Crypt. They'll make you want to dance. They will make you want to dance like a three-legged gazelle that accidentally got tango lessons for their birthday and then found out, they were pretty good at it. And that was a simile that worked. So, thank you for letting me host Signal Boost. You guys also make me feel like dancing, even when I'm standing still.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. All right, so first and foremost, we have our winner for the dice tray from Wormwood. That is our friend Chaos Knight, spelled in the way that you spell your Xbox Live name, K0SN1GHT. Congratulations, you are the winner.
Chaos
Go ahead and contact Denova and get your address information. We'll get that shipped out to you. And bringing us back in.
Oh, that was fast.
Last we left off,
Shit was going ham.
you all, almost all of you, heard a singular familiar voice. The low, gravelly, undead voice of the Whispered One fills your mind, saying, "Thank you for showing me where he is." In that moment where you all pause in place, you hear a series of simultaneous sounds as a number of heavy crossbow bolts from nearby windows all fire simultaneously at Sprig.
Do I have time for a reaction?
No, you do not. This is a surprise round.
The sound of bolts, no.
That's all right, you can't die. It's cool. We're all right.
So that first one is a 24. What's your armor class?
My armor class is 19.
Okay. So you take
That's not that low.
Does your mother know what you're doing?
23 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Oh.
Where's my... Oh, there we go.
That's a 17. That misses you.
Okay.
It strikes your shoulder and glances off. One bolt sinks in your chest, and you're like, oh, you look down and see that it's this big, long, heavy metal bolt, and it's kind of jutting out from the side of where your shoulder and the peck. It's another one rushes by and just glances off your other shoulder. The third one.
Well, this is different.
Yeah, that hits. That's a 25. It's 1 plus.
Should just killed him. Let's key out of his butt.
There we go. That's a 23 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Oh no.
That one actually misses, a 6 and a 1. It slams into one of the nearby books right behind you, just barely moving past your cheek. Fifth one, that is a 19 exactly.
Hits.
So you take is 24 points of damage.
How many fucking bolts are there?
24.
They're all sneak attack. And that is 20.
So another one?
Another one.
Okay.
And that one's going to be that's going to be at 26 points of piercing damage.
Except no, it's once he's on the ground, then it becomes.
You guys watch as all these bolts
Did he go unconscious?
into Sprig's body, and Sprig just falls back unconscious and bleeding in the center of the room. I'm going to bring out a map now.
Oh.
Fly, you fools.
No!
Darren, it was really great having you on.
It was great. It was fun.
Thanks so much.
Whoa, cool.
Oh my.
This is a cute
Oh, look at that house!
Oh.
Wait, I can't see inside of it.
So, moving the
Oh,
top
there's an
floor
upstairs?
off.
There's crates of apples.
That's so cool.
There's a sack of something in the corner. Oh my god, how are we all gonna fit in there?
You got LED lighting.
God.
Sprig
It does have
is
LED
currently
lighting.
unconscious in the ground there.
Oh, yeah, Dwarven Forge.
Percival was there talking. Trinket is off to the side.
Trinket! Where's the imp?
The imp is not currently visible. Let's see. Pike would be over on the side here. Keyleth, Vax, where would you guys see yourselves right now? Actually, tell me where you would be. I think it's what I'm trying to ask.
Next to Keyleth because I was holding her hand.
Right.
That's true.
That's all right. Chuck you into the ground.
It's all right. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, he comes back in a day later.
Yep.
All right, cool. So you're there holding that. Scanlan, where would you be?
Near Sprig-ish.
All right, so I'll put you out there next to the scroll on the ground.
And Matt,
Yes.
could you touch on the map where the bad man touched you? No, where the bad floorboard is?
Yes, actually, I can do that.
None of you know this.
None of you know this except for you, which is actually why I'm not going to show you.
Okay.
You know how to avoid it, but nobody else knows where it is.
Oh shit.
Where's the front door?
The front door is. Where is the front door?
Over there?
There.
The front door is
by
right
your
there.
garage on your right.
That's where
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's a grog, you're right there.
Trees.
These trees need to move.
I know. These trees
No,
are
they're gorgeous.
Burn them.
pain in our butts. Shut your mouth. Oh no.
There's cloaked men everywhere.
and you watched as one that was
No!
up in the stairs
Oh, he fell down the stairs. He's dead.
here
He's dead.
vanishes up top.
Oh, he actually made it upstairs. Never gets
old.
He's upstairs.
Fired and then just ducked out. I'm gonna give one a little initiative.
Initiative.
Yes.
Jeebus.
Including you, even though you're on the ground. Yeah.
Gil.
Natural
Yeah, it's fine.
Still did just fine for me.
Gil did all right. Natural 20.
I don't trust skill. I never rolled that dice.
Neither. Rarely. I have, but
Oh, that's not.
I got my
Okay.
Matt Colville meteorite.
I got my standard.
25 to 20?
23.
20.
22.
Oh, wow. Okay, so we have Percival. Then we have Grog and Vax. Okay. 20 to 15?
19.
So did somebody roll for Pike?
You
Yes,
also
actually.
have 19.
Okay, yeah, Pike's.
You never roll high on initiative.
Also a 19.
Okay.
It's got a very low initiative bonus. High.
That's all right. Alrighty. Anybody else?
13.
All right. So we
12.
Okay, we have Vax.
I don't know why I did like
I don't know why you did like.
Deuces.
12.
12.
Peace out.
NKOTB.
12. Yeah. 12 initiative.
All right, and Pike.
Wu-Tang out.
It's our next shirt.
And that is going to go to.
Quid, everyone. Quid.
Quid.
Quid pro quo.
All right, so top of the combat round, if the surprise round is done, you watch Sprig just fall to the ground, bolts sticking out of the side of the neck, the shoulder, and the body, just unconscious, now beginning to pool blood underneath where he's bleeding out. And you glance around and you see a series of shaded figures in the windows that all dart out of the way.
Cowards.
Dicks.
Oh, they left. The fight's over,
We're
everyone.
fine.
Percy, you're up first.
Okay, I'm going to. Wow, this is just a lot that happened. I'm going to click my I'm going to click my boots.
Alrighty.
And I'm going to run up the wall and run upstairs.
All right.
Tick 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 tick.
Which, for the purposes of this, I will place the upstairs over here.
Over here.
So, as you dart up, Percival, you run up the stairway there where the one guy you saw was standing.
Is he right there?
Yeah, he just looked out of the way. And there's also one figure that you recognize from the Shadowfell earlier.
Really?
You see one of the kind of ghastly creatures that was darting through the ruins, leaping from rooftop to rooftop.
Guys.
You see it. Its skin is grayish and long, its limbs lanky, its fingers curled into claws, and this long tongue dangling from its jaws. It's like getting ready to run down the stairs as you charge him, and he goes,
Madness, action surge.
Yay! Manners!
okay then.
We're bad at manners until now.
Alrighty, so what's the saving throw on that one?
It's a DC 20 strength check. Oh no, I'm sorry. No, never mind. It's a
Ranged attack with an
attack roll
bonus equal to your dex.
Okay, so you have to roll first to
plus
see if you hit it.
proficiency bonus. Okay.
Roll to see if you hit it.
18.
Ooh.
18? Yeah, that definitely hits.
All right.
So it hits, and you watch as you pull the spear out and chuck it in the direction of the creature. Pulls its claws back. It slams into its chest and then unravels. And it falls to the ground, prone,
I've seen that.
Yeah.
unable to move, right there in the middle of the floor.
And just making sure that I can do this.
So is that your action there, doing that?
That was my action surge. I can only do one round. I'm just seeing if I have anything in a bonus that I can do.
Well, what you spend your action?
My action activating my boots.
Right.
And then my second, my action surge, activating that.
Right.
Do I have anything I can do with a bonus action?
Not really.
I'm just going to turn to the other guy and start and pull the ripcord on the glove just angrily.
Okay. All right. So you load up diplomacy. Good. That's your turn, Percy. Grog, you're up.
Me? Oh, can I go into a rage?
Yes, you may.
And he fell where?
I fell right there, on the ground, currently bleeding out.
Can I run over to Sprig And should I shove a health potion into his mouth?
He's in.
Well, I'll run upstairs to see where Percy went.
You run just past Percival, and you see there's one creature bound on the ground, and there's another guy who's there with his crossbow trying to reload, who sees Percival and is like kind of getting ready to pull it up as you leap in front.
Smash him!
You mind?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Go for it. Roll for double attack.
Gosh. Reckless. Great. No great weapon master. Just two-handed. With
Yeah,
the
just
dwarven
two-handed.
drum.
Yeah. So do that.
Do it.
Not so loud.
Come on, big money.
30. No minus. No, there is no minus.
There's
Yeah,
no minus.
32.
32 hits.
Yeah.
Second attack.
31.
Hits. So good roll damage for both.
That's a lot. Okay, so they're not giants, so I just roll a d10. It's a 10. Rage damage. 25.
25 damage on the first hit?
On the first one.
All right.
Second one.
24.
Yeah.
Nice.
Wow.
All right, so with your hammer, two hands, whack right across the side of its head. You see the jaw kind of unhinge from the side, and as he pulls back, it's kind of hanging a little loosely there in the skin. It's like, and the second hit, you clock right in the side of the temple, and it nearly goes unconscious and just kind of picks itself up again, gets its crossbow ready. It's still holding.
Whoa.
It's not down yet, but it's hurt badly. You can see now, up close, you can see these figures there. They're dressed in very, very tight black leathers, cloaks enshrouding their body. The hood is still up, but you've knocked it back, and there you see what looks to be a human male in his like late 40s, early 50s. The head just shaved, completely bald. What looks to be a tattoo of like some sort of black tendrils around the left eye. The left eye is missing from the socket.
Black tendrils. Okay, cool. That's my turn.
That's your turn. All right, Grog's done. Vax, you're up.
Okay, let's talk this out. Click the Boots of Haste. I think with 120 feet of movement, I can blur up the stairs to where Percy is in probably like 50 or 60 feet, and then finish that movement and go past the guy out the window with all of my movement.
You can.
In 120 feet or less.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm doing that.
There's also a window here, a window
I
here, and a
understand.
window here. Just so you guys know, and a window here. If you wanted
Definitely understand. Want to go up, blur up the stairs,
Okay.
shoot past Percy, shoot past that guy, out the window.
All right, you're on the balcony now, looking right about here.
Do I already see those guys?
Make a perception check.
19 plus 14 is a hell of a lot.
9 plus 14? Yeah, you
yeah.
do see them.
Okay.
And you glance down and you can see they're like hiding amongst bushes and they're specifically stealthed, but you are just keen of eye enough to see where they're placed.
I stealth. Hide. Bonus action to hide.
Okay.
I'm going to use luck. That's better. 27.
27, no. Okay.
Okay.
You're not sure if they see you or not, but.
All right, and then from this spot, if they're in range, I'm going to throw Whisper at one of them.
Okay, well, right now you are currently, let's
tell
say,
me.
for instance, you are up here.
Yeah.
So you glance off and you can barely see one that's kind of over the edge of the roof right there. That's the only one you can see.
But I can see them and I can
there's
ignore 3/4 cover because of
Right.
sharpshooter, so I
Right.
see one.
So you only see barely see the edge of one there. Sharpshooter, I'd say yeah. Because you have sharpshooter, you can. So you can hit both if you want.
So for the one that I can see hidden, I will try to throw Whisper, and I'm gonna sneak attack him and hopefully sneak attack him and Banff there.
Okay.
Okay, so that is a 28.
28. Okay, yeah. He does not see you.
Okay.
So you have an advantage on that if you want to roll again.
Right. Natural 20.
What?
Natural 20.
Turn them into paste.
Okay then.
Okay, 3 plus 3. Just 4. 7, 10, 12, 17, 19,
Pike did.
25, 27.
11.
Oh yeah.
She's
Typical Pike.
after me, so I could.
Well, no, but Sprig
trying to figure out how to
is
heal.
right after
54.
Scanlan. He's before we are,
plus-
so I'd rather get him up.
Before.
Before his turn.
Yeah.
I thought.
So on that
Yeah,
one
yeah.
is 60 on that guy.
60 points of damage?
Yes, and I bamf there.
Okay.
Up the stick. Right in
Just
between.
clear out
As
the
you
target.
chuck the dagger and it's like right towards where the center of the shoulder blades connect in the back, and you watch as the crossbow that he had kind of drops to the ground and he crumples over on top of it, but he's starts getting to his feet out of the bushes. He looks really, really hurt, but he's still standing.
Okay, so I did.
And you appear right next to him there.
So I did movement. I hid from my bonus. I have action as a paladin. And action, so that
We
was
have attack as a paladin.
Attack as a paladin.
And your
then my bonus action. So we'll say it was the first of attack. So
okay.
Now I'll just do a regular attack, which is a 20.
Attack, and switch.
I'm
attack.
He got those boots back. I'm just
Because
he really needed them.
30.
30 hits.
And that is a 10, and I'm going to pump him full of poison. He has to make a DC check on 15.
Break it down now, y'all.
That is a 7. No, 4 plus 3.
So he also gets. So that was 10 plus 14 total, 20 total between the dagger and the poison. 20.
So the dagger, the second dagger, you shiv him in the side, and he goes to spin with the heavy crossbow and try and pull away. And as soon as the poison pulses through him, he goes, and you see blood just vomit in the front of his chest as his eyes roll back, and he twinges and falls to the ground.
First blood.
Dead.
First blood. And there's another guy there who can see me, right?
Yeah, and he's hidden, but he's like.
Whisper.
Okay, yeah, he's like trying to make to see that you're not being seen.
You are, yeah.
That is 20.
That hits.
31. Yeah. Okay. So that is 2 plus 8 is 10 plus psychic damage. 18.
18.
I'm at Bamf there with Whisper.
Okay. Zoof. Alrighty.
Okay.
And so you hit him and you stand there, you're right in front of him now.
Good.
Alrighty. That ends your go. As you appear over on the other side, you realize that over in the clearing there is another one of the robed figures. This one clutching what looks to be a long, black, smooth staff that crooks over in the front to what looks like a hand holding an eye.
What? Where?
Oh, shit!
Hand holding an eye.
Oh, no!
There were more of them.
But you guys don't know that yet, just
You guys
me.
don't know that yet, just him. All right, ending your turn, Vax.
Can't even say that yet.
All right, that guy on the ground is going to try and break free of the.
The guy you're against?
That is a.
I'm on the corner of the house, but you guys don't know
17, DC 20?
DC 20.
Yeah, it struggles on the ground and just can't seem to break free of the current magic manacles that hold it in place.
Norkin, yeah, he's stuck.
Yep, down
I
on the
love
bottom
that
floor.
we have floors.
Another one of these darts through the window, leaps across the way, right in front of Sprig, and you being right there, Scanlan goes, lashes out at you.
He's going for Sprig. He's going for Sprig.
Oh, he's going for Scanlan.
But because Scanlan's over Sprig.
Oh, that's fair.
Makes 2 claw strikes at you. First one is 16 to hit.
Yes.
All right. You suffer 8 points of slashing damage, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh boy.
Do we still have our temporary? No, we've lost our temporary.
Great.
We slept.
That's right.
16.
16? Okay.
Is it magical?
No, it is not magical, but you feel this kind of pulse of some sort of
Shit.
necrotic disease type hit your system, and you just manage to shrug it off. The other claw comes towards you.
Scanlan.
That's a natural 20.
Natural 20 to
Vacation
hit,
Scanlan
sure.
has resistance.
That is
Built up a
30
tolerance.
points of slashing damage. On the second hit, make another saving throw, please.
Yeah.
That's 17.
17. The second strike hits you, and you feel as the side of your torso gets torn out to the side, and blood kind of splatters onto Sprig, who's already kind of bloody, and so now there's gnome blood on gnome blood. And as you reach for your side, however, it does not take effect. You manage to shrug off.
Oh.
Woo, doctor.
Alrighty, that ends.
Those are Constitution saving throws?
Yeah, that ends the Shadow Gas turn. Sprig, I need you to make a death saving throw, please. Roll a d20.
Come on, Sprig.
Come on, Sprig.
Come on, buddy.
Come on.
14.
Okay, so you're okay for now. You're stabilizing. You're not bleeding out yet.
1 of 3.
So mark a success on your death saving throws there. Scanlan, what are you doing?
I am going to bonus action down here.
Oh, there it is.
Success. 1.
Actually, here before he even does that, what are you doing on your turn? Are you?
I'm going to heal him first.
Okay, so you that roll actually wouldn't matter because he may heal you before you come up.
Yes.
So yeah,
I
don't worry
will
about it.
bonus action healing word him, 2nd level.
Okay, so
I will,
2d4.
I will sing to him. I'll do a little line dance right in front of him, and I'll say, "I'll heal your heart, your achy, breaky heart. I just don't think you'll understand that if I heal your heart, your achy, breaky heart, you gotta wake up and kill a man."
If only you had used Mage Hand.
All right, so how much does he heal?
Thank you for joining me.
7 plus 6, 13.
So you heal 13 hit points. So that roll doesn't matter. You hear this echoing song in the back of your head. You don't know, the second song today you've heard from your childhood. And you come to consciousness, and you wake up and look around you, and you can see him singing to you as this giant, horrible, kind of necrotic creature is looming right in front of you. You have metal bolts sticking out of your chest, and an old sensation you haven't felt in a long time courses through your body, which is the need to survive. So what are you gonna do on your turn?
Wait, it's my turn still.
It is. Both of you guys turn at the same time. So
Okay. So I will hold my turn.
what are you gonna do?
Dimension door, but I'm holding.
Okay.
Until either Pike or Keyleth heals him more.
Okay.
And I will also say to him, "Old man, do you have some fight left in you?"
I hope so.
Okay. Hold that thought for 1 second.
Holding.
Okay. So what are you doing?
Now, there's a bookcase, is there not?
There's bookcases here, bookcase there. There's just books strewn and clustered in these corners.
I'd like to, if I could, use the ring of telekinesis to pull a bookcase down upon an attacker.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Currently, there are, we'll say, there's a bunch of books up here on a shelf. You can pull them down into him if you'd like.
I would like to do that.
Okay, so from the ground, you and yank a bunch of heavy tomes off of this large shelf that goes flying towards this creature. I'm going to make this a dexterity saving throw for it
The
to try
pen
and.
is mightier than the
all of Encyclopedia
bookcase
Britannica
security.
comes down.
What's the DC on the telekinesis ring?
Where was it? Ring of telekinesis.
I'll pull it up here real fast. Looking up magical items real
I don't
fast.
have it, it just says ring of
That's okay, I have it here. Oh, it's for the spell telekinesis?
Yeah.
That's right. What's your spell DC?
Next
The top there.
17.
17. Okay, no, that's a failure. All right, so for this, go ahead and roll 3d6.
Okay.
He fails or the guy fails?
The guy failed. He didn't dodge out of the way. He's like,
Do you have 3d6?
and he gets pummeled from behind by a bunch of tomes, books, and random like glass baubles that were on the shelf that shatter against the back of its head.
Take that away. We have a 6, we have a 5, and we have a 2. So
Alrighty, and then
13.
add your intelligence modifier.
My intelligence modifier is a 4.
Whoa.
All right, so the total there would be 17. Nice. So 17 points of damage to that one. As you slam it in the back of the head, and it kind of doubles over and at you. Its long tongue kind of slashing around. You're still on the ground, and it's over you. Is there anything else you want to do in your turn?
Dimitrik!
You hear nothing.
Not cool.
Can I cast something? Or is that...
That is an action to do that. So if you have a bonus action spell, you could do that.
I believe I do. The Tasha's Hideous Laughter?
Believe that's an action to cast,
That is an action
unfortunately.
casting? I don't think we have any bonus actions, so I'm just... Oh, are there any healing potions I can use my telekinesis to get a healing potion to me?
As you can do that next round right now. Yeah,
So
'cause
I will...
the attack was your one action. You can stand on your feet if you'd like to.
No, I'm going to stay right here.
Okay, got it. That ends your turn. Now, these guys go again.
No. Well, that's good. They're a disadvantage now to hit you.
We hope.
They are because you're prone.
Yeah.
This guy's gonna move in.
You're prone to failure, it seems.
This guy is still standing. Is gonna go ahead and drop the crossbow and pull out his short sword.
Oh, God.
He's gonna go ahead and attack you, Grog, first. That is 13
I
feel like he should get injured for
and a 27.
That does hit.
All right, you take 5 plus 4. That's 9 points of slashing damage, reduced to 5. Yeah. Or round down, so it's 4 damage.
I want Grog to do a whole fight with a mouthful of potato chips.
So, struck twice, missed both. Both of these guys are going to fire at. One of them's going to fire at Sprig on this end because that's their goal here with disadvantage. That is a 16. What's your AC again?
My AC is 19.
19. So yeah, it just darts over you and misses. Hits the side of the wall. The other guy's going to strike again with disadvantage. That's it.
Out the AC on
All right,
Sprig.
that's a 14. And you see the other guy pulling back with the crossbow and fire. You roll out of the way and into the wooden flooring right next to you. These two.
Are there any traps that they hit?
No. There's. Okay, yeah, that one back there is going to go ahead and attack you, Vax, because you're right there in front of it. That's going to be a 13. Does not hit.
No.
Second strike. Another 13. Nope. Both of it short sword attacks. You just duck out of the way and dodge, moving around very quickly. Alrighty. Those two right there. One of them is going to, because I saw that you got up, Scanlan, they're both going to fire 2 bolts directly at you. That is a 16 to hit.
That hits.
Okay, and the second one is a 24.
Everything hits.
Alrighty.
For the love of Peach Dragon.
You are currently in base to base with one of their companions, so they both get sneak attack on you.
Sneak attack.
That is 6, 12, 19 points of piercing damage from the first hit. And the second one is 24 points of piercing damage from the second hit. And then they both duck around the side here.
What was the second one? 24. Okay, got it.
Yeah. And they both will say they vanish from sight. You're not quite sure where they are right now. Those two also duck out of sight. You're not quite sure where they are either. Okay. That ends their go. Now, the guy in the back right there who noticed Vax show up is going to, after you slaughter one of the guys and stab the other one, is going to angrily go ahead and use Blight on you. Can you go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw, please?
Oh, shit. Natural 20.
Hey!
Oh, fucking
He's
Necro guy!
Alrighty. That does half the damage, so.
Still a lot.
I feel like a natural 20 should auto-fail this, but that's my...
I know, right?
That's
Only a natural
21 points of necrotic damage to you.
Alrighty.
Wow.
And is going to 4, 5, 6.
Huh.
Alrighty. That ends
they're
his turn.
hiding.
Vex, you're up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna run over to the window that those guys just disappeared from.
Over this way or this way?
Right there, yeah.
Yeah, look, we can...
Can I see that motherfucker? Did I see him run past the window? Is that
You know what? Yes, because he was not stealthing. So you watch as he darts by, and
Okay.
you would have a shot, yeah.
All right, then I'm gonna shoot at him.
Go for it.
I am gonna hunter's mark him.
Alrighty, look at that.
And Trinket doesn't have enough movement to get over by him, does he?
No, but Dragon can attack whatever's in your area, too.
Okay. I'm going to attack him with my bramble shot.
Okay, go for it.
With the blazing bowstring.
Alrighty.
Ooh, yeah, that's a 31.
31, that hits.
Yes. Okay. Oh, I don't get. Do I get sneak attack on him? I don't, do I?
No.
Damn. Well, at least I got hunter's mark. Okay.
Hey, Matt, I realized something too. I never shot out the wings, so I shouldn't have had as much movement as I did, so I think we should take the damage back from my last attack.
Even if
on
you
the
walk
dude.
it's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50 to get up to the top there.
Okay.
So even at your double speed,
All right.
you would have 60 through the dagger and through the dagger. So
right,
you're
cool.
fine. It still works out.
Okay, 28 plus my 4d8 piercing damage. Ah, that's balls.
You're on deck, Keelan, just so you know.
7, 9 plus 9 is 37. 37 points of damage.
The first arrow hits in the stomach, kind of doubles forward and pulls back. Now, kind of glancing over and saw you rush up and couldn't get out in time, and now is going to try and back up as you're taking the second shot.
Does he roll a DC of over 17? A strength save?
Actually rolls a natural 17, literally.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Strength save?
Strength save.
-1 strength modifier. Oh, silly necromancer. You and your strength of 9. All right, so he is currently entangled with the brambles as the vines wrap around and kind of pull him in almost near the tree, like, and you see the staff is like pulled close to his chest.
Nice. Then I'm going to shoot him. Oh wait, I didn't add my blazing bowstring damage.
Do it.
8 more for the
8 more
blazing
damage.
bowstring.
Nice.
And then I'm going to shoot him again. I'm just asking, do you get sneak attack damage if they're restrained?
You do, yeah.
Nice.
So you can do that. You have advantage in the attack, remember, because he's restrained.
That's okay.
That doesn't-
8 plus 14 is what?
Yeah, that hits.
Okay, good. Oh gosh, okay. Okay. 10, 11, 12. 13 plus sneak attack.
Get it.
13. What is that? 10. Oh, 10. So 23, and then Hunter's Mark.
Alrighty.
Plus 1.
Oh.
24.
24, nice. The second arrow hits right in the throat, and you can see it. It doesn't anything vital, but you can see blood's already starting to like pour out. And one of the things where if he were to pull it out, it'd probably be very bad. But he's leaving it in right now. He's looking pretty rough.
Okay.
The necromancer is?
Yeah. Alrighty, that ends your turn. Keyleth, you're
I'm
up.
going to step away from the window.
Okay, step away from the window. Like
No, like against the wall.
against the wall there?
Yeah. to where
Okay.
I'm, like,
You push the table back a bit, book almost falls to the top. What's Trinket doing?
Trinket is going to run over to Sprig and Scanlan.
Up to Scanlan or to the guy who's there?
Just to the guy.
Okay.
Just try to like growl at him and scare him because he can't attack.
Right,
But
because
he
you're.
can't, it's technically now engaged with the bear, so if he walks away from the bear gets an attack.
That's true. All right, that ends your turn. Trinket is right in front of the creature. Keyleth, what are you doing?
Okay, in my weird emotional panic, Keyleth is gonna just turn and look around, and she sees Vex firing a bow and Sprig down on the floor, and she's upset, and she's just gonna scream at the top of her lungs and do a firestorm around the building. Just, "Ah!" And then I'm just gonna go poof where I think people might be in my rage.
Okay. So around the building.
Around the building.
Where?
Sorry, Vax, I don't really know you're there, but around here.
Do it, girl.
And
So
around
you're doing
here, and
10.
I'm sure I see Vex shooting at things, right? And I'm gonna
7,
try and
8. Where are you
Go
going?
around.
So you have like right here.
here.
Right. So you see.
Around and that way.
All right. Okay, yeah, because you didn't see Vax outside,
No.
and you don't know
He's
where
getting
anybody.
hit.
Right. You saw Vax run upstairs.
I just know there were people shooting through this
That
window.
wall and around that side.
And through this
So you're just doing a
window.
perimeter here.
So I'm doing the perimeter
Okay.
around.
Do it. Go sick.
Okay, so 6. How many squares is it? 10, right?
It's 10 by 10s.
Okay, these two here get caught in it,
Yeah,
as well as Vax and that guy there.
What about
So,
the magician guy?
if she's doing a perimeter, no.
Did you know that I was shooting somebody?
She doesn't see the magician.
where it was.
Doesn't know where it is.
She was
No.
Okay.
The magician.
10,
The prestige.
10 2 by 2s, right?
Which means if it's either half or nothing.
Right.
Yeah, 10 2 by
Add advantage
2s.
Nothing of the
Yeah.
sleeve.
Yes.
What do I have to match?
Her DC, which
what's
is
your DC?
21, right?
21.
So
Oh,
dexterity
that's
saving
good.
throw.
That's good.
Oh yeah, way higher than that.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
good.
I'm good.
So yes, you take no damage. You just duck out of the firestorm just in time
I
for
have
What else do you need?
2 more D10s.
Yeah.
2 more D10.
Dexterity save, man. Area effect.
Smoky D10 and spiky D10.
Sure.
Oh,
you re-roll
okay, and I reroll 1s. None of these are 1s, unfortunately, but there's a 10.
That's a good thing.
There's a 16,
Does not
or a
succeed.
10, 8,
Does not
which is 18 plus 6, so that brings me to 24, 26.
I just noticed the little lanterns glowing. Bravo.
26,
Bravo to
28,
Dwarven Forge, man.
20.
Well, it's your house. I mean,
It's true.
28
You're
plus
good torches you have in there.
6 is 34.
Way to be
plus
energy
another
conscious with those LEDs.
39. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 39 damage. 39 fire damage.
39 damage. This guy
And then
incinerates.
do I do extra? Wait, what do I do? What do I do?
He just
No, I
screams and
reroll.
burns. He manages to dodge partway out, but even the partial damage just burns him. You see him run off into the forest, like 10 or so steps on fire, like stuntman shot in a movie before he just on the ground and just smolders there in the distance. Those two guys take it. What was the amount again? Sorry, it was 30.
39.
39.
And they're on fire.
It's hard to stealth when you're on fire.
All right, so they're both on fire.
So that was my action. I'm gonna do that out of my staff as I slam it down. I'm gonna look at Sprig and say, God's damn it, Sprig! And I'm just gonna use that as my healing word. And I'm gonna cast healing word at 2nd level,
Alrighty.
which is 2d4. How many d4s?
Pencil replacement.
Oh.
2 green one.
Ooh. 5 plus 6, so 11 points to you.
Alrighty.
And then I'm going to use my free action that I have to turn into a fire elemental.
Your free action.
Yeah, changing into stuff it's not a bonus, it's just a free action. To change into my B shape. That's Circle of the Moon, bitch!
You're calling your fiance
a bitch?
Let's just
No.
focus on fighting
I'm
your
just saying,
fiancé,
you
less
know.
about the DM, because I feel like I can call you a bitch.
Combat
but I
wild
won't be able
shape.
to call-
Circle the moon.
Combat wild shape makes it a bonus action as opposed to an action.
Oh.
That's the difference.
Biatch.
So you did so.
I would like to retract my bitch.
All right, so I'm just Keyleth.
So you're just Keyleth still.
Keyleth and everything's on fire.
All right, so then your turn? Okay. All right, so as Keyleth's turn ends, it comes to Pike's. The entire exterior perimeter of this part of the house is on fire. Flames are now starting to catch. It is dry wood. The entire building is made from wood of the forest.
You know, wood.
So your home is now in flames.
Wait, hang on, wait. No. I'm doing the perimeter. I'm not necessarily thinking of magical fire. I did think about this, which is why I didn't attack the guy in the house.
Oh, if you napalm the
serious.
forest, the trees will
Me.
probably
Wait,
catch
the trees,
fire.
but not the.
That's a quick jump, though.
All right.
The house is.
Then in order to do the perimeter, that is on the outside of the house. It's not like an blazing inferno, but it's starting to catch. Like this, like flames are starting to lick up the side.
We can save it. End it quick, we can save it.
Okay.
Water elemental.
Firestorm is a dangerous spell.
Let's try to save those books
Hey.
before they all burn.
Yeah, that's what I
Sprig
was
is an old
thought
guy.
about.
We were either going to kill him or burn his house down.
I know.
It's Vox Machina his MO, man.
It was always going to end this way.
Oh, God.
Things you own end up owning you, really.
So glad I wore a jacket.
All right, so Pike is going to rush forward and is also going to attempt to healing word you at level 2. It's just a heal fountain on you that is 6 plus 5. So it's 11 hit points you heal.
Okay. As soon as she does that, I grab him and we dimension door out the house.
Where do you dimension door?
To the only place I know, front of the house. Like outside the front door, not right outside, but like towards the edge of the map there.
Over here?
Yeah, just anywhere around there, like on approach to the house.
Or do you want to be more like over yonder?
Where's the front door to the house?
Front door is right there.
There.
So yeah, I'd be
familiar with.
like 20 feet, like the way we approached to the house. So where you got it? If that's the way we approached, that's the way
You guys
we
approached this direction when you
Boom.
came to it. So.
Yeah.
All right, you're there. Make a perception check, Scanlan.
Okay.
Oh no.
10.
Okay. So you don't see the two hidden fellows over here.
Okay.
You do see something large and hulking moving through the forest this direction.
Is
Just a quick glance.
Is it naked?
No.
Not a problem.
Okay.
Then we're gonna be okay.
Yeah, we're all right.
It's civilized.
All right. So, but you guys have pulled out of that house, and you're still on the ground. And all of a sudden, your body physically shifts and you're out amongst you're looking up at the trees, and you glance around and you can see the back of your house, and you can now see hear the frantic fray going on. You see the necromancer is currently covered in brambles and held in place. You see a couple of guys over here on fire on the side, screaming on the side of the house, and your house starting to catch fire. All right, that's okay. Pike, on her turn,
Better this way.
is going to.
This way. Keyleth has anger issues. It's fine.
Because it's a single target.
Raw.
It's the "this is fine" meme, except it's just Keyleth.
I was going to
kind of, yeah. She's going to cast a level 5 guiding bolt because that's what Keyleth does.
Yeah.
So range spell attack against that guy. 11 plus 11. Yeah, that hits. That's a 21. So that is 46 plus 8d6 radiant damage.
No wonder she does it so much.
Which
Nice.
against the necromancer?
19.
Is she doing it to the magician?
No, this guy right there in the room.
He's an illusionist, Laura.
Is she doing it against Copperfield? Is David Blaine within?
All right.
Street magic.
So after she heals Sprig and Sprig vanishes, she grabs a holy symbol and goes, "Chill out!" and just shoots this giant flashing beam of divine energy that slams into it. You can watch a lot of its flesh kind of burns away from the impact, and it's still standing, but it's like, but it's a shining beacon. The next attack against it has advantage.
Nice.
And then Pike's gonna go ahead and back up with you, Vex, towards the back where the book stuff, the bookcases, and goes, "You smell something?" All right. You now hear simultaneously and watch as the side wall and the back wall explode inward. A splinter of wood stone just comes from this wall here.
Oh no, all
Okay,
of
well,
And-
I didn't destroy your house first.
And this wall here.
Flames, less of a thing.
Yeah,
On the side of the house.
From the side of the house.
Burning.
It's like in an earthquake. You want to set your house on fire in an earthquake, so the fire insurance covers it.
As two familiar hulking entities
That's just coming.
come barreling into the chamber.
Giants? What are they?
No, they're giants.
Remember those giant things you saw walking through the Shadowfell that you barely avoided with the mask?
The sensor?
Who has the
Have that
sensor?
anymore?
Not on you
The
right now.
sensor, right?
You don't just carry a fucking giant smoking sensor with you.
Oh, really?
Man, I went to
No.
I didn't realize it was that big.
So at that point, I think we probably put it in the bag of holding.
Oh,
Yeah, it's in the bag of holding.
Okay.
But we did make a bunch of those herbs,
I do have the herbs.
and there's a shit ton of shit on fire. Right
yeah,
as
yeah,
they
yeah,
both-
and I know how to make more of that.
Burst through.
Keyleth might have already used
This big yell echoes through their metal masks. It sounds like this horrible, imagine a giant vocal scream that's peaking on the audio level against a tinny metallic speaker. This one leaps over and essentially is going to go after Keyleth. This one is going to go ahead and make 2 swipes at Trinket. They actually, as they barrel through, part of the roof kind of breaks, and guys up top, Percy and Grog, you feel the ground kind of buckle a little bit below you, and you drop about 2 or 3 inches as the building is starting to lose its physical frame.
Oh God, Grog, what did Keyleth do?
Thanks, Keyleth. You beat me by 1 second.
You felt it.
Yeah, you beat me by 1 second.
I'm well aware.
All right.
Later, it was totally worth it.
One is going to,
Hashtag thanks, Keyleth.
Yep.
You're welcome.
let's see here.
our druid.
That one's going to go ahead and do 2 slam attacks against Keyleth.
Oh,
Yeah, I burned it. Come on.
That's 23 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Yeah, it is.
And
much hits.
Oh no.
it's a 29 to hit.
maybe hits.
That might hit.
All right.
That doesn't make me happy.
That's 20 points of bludgeoning damage from the first hit.
Okay.
And the second one
That's okay.
is 30 points of bludgeoning damage. And it slams you. The second fist actually pins you up against the wall there. And you feel like kind of ribs crack inside your chest. And now like they're both down low and like this hulking just masses. They're almost wider than they are any other dimension with how they're kind of crouched down in the thickness of their body. They're taking up almost the entirety of the room right now. The other one's
30 points, right?
yes, in the second one.
So I'm at 83 points.
Correct. The other one's going to go ahead and slam twice into Trinket. That is just giant fists.
Fill this house like Alice.
It's going to be a 28
28 hits.
and a 22.
22 hits.
That is 5 plus 6. 11 points of bludgeoning damage to Trinket.
Half.
Half, correct. And 22 points of bludgeoning damage half.
Okay,
so 11.
so 11 plus 6
Correct.
is 27 points.
That ends their go. We're at the top of the round. Percy, you're upstairs.
Okay, this all happened.
Yep.
That's awkward.
Really unwieldy. Yeah.
That's okay. I know where I am. I'm going to run out into the balcony.
Okay.
Really quick.
There's room over here.
That guy's still up there with us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I figure you're going to handle it. And Grog, take care of these two. I'm going to look. What do I see outside on the balcony?
You see currently down below. Make a perception check.
All right.
Actually, you wouldn't even see them from your
You know
perspective.
what?
I just rolled a natural 20.
Right, there's actually blocking vision from this side, but you do see, Scanlan, you see Sprigg, who is currently conscious, you see this necromancer who is currently held with brambles, and you see 2 streaking flames and hear screams in the side of the building right there.
Okay, weird question really quickly. Where is that giant log trap that was connected to the
Right there. It's hanging right
So
at the front door.
how much swing does it have? Like where is it? Is it locked like all the way over here, or is it locked is it hung back like there?
It looks more like a drop.
Oh, so it's a drop on the door.
Yeah.
Good to know. All right. In the meantime, then I'm going to run out on the exterior of the wall, like right over here.
Okay.
That makes sense.
So you off that side.
And that's going to be my movement, and I'm going to just take some fun, happy pot shots at these bastards.
Okay.
Bastards.
And the necromancers.
And the necromancers. Let's start with that bound necromancer. He's
Alrighty.
fun.
With the Vecna.
With the Vecna eye.
All right.
He's bound, so I have advantage to hit him.
Yes, you do.
All right, I'm going to use my animus gun so that I still have a hand open, and I'm also going to burn a point of grit so that I can get him to drop his staff.
Okay, go for it.
All right, here we go with advantage. Oh darn, it was so close. 28.
That hits.
All right, that's 1d6. That's woo, fancy. 18 points of damage, 4 points of psychic damage, and he has to make a throw. Where is it? Strength saving throw, or drops his items.
Oh, don't worry. He drops the staff because there's not much left of his head.
Oh.
when you hit the arm, he's like the staff's clutching up here. You slam it and it hits the side of the head and just causes the right side of the face to explode against the tree. The bramble's still clutching as it falls limp to the ground, and they crush the body into a small rock of flesh.
Oh, that'll do. All right. I see the two
get a
below
grip
me.
point back, right?
Oh, that's right. I get a grip point back. Thank
get
you.
a grip point back.
You
You
do.
do.
get a
You
grip point back.
you just barely see him. They have 3/4 cover, but you have
That's 3/4 cover. Yeah. What does that mean in this world, in this crazy world? I'm going to burn a grit for advantage, and I'm going to
Alrighty.
shoot one of them. Just let me.
The one right on the further side.
Yeah.
All right,
I'll
go for
start
it.
there. Let's give him a shot. I love advantage. It's so wonderful. 32. I really should have done extra damage. So that's 1d10 plus 6. That hits, obviously. 32 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
That's 9.
Goodbye, Necromancer.
17 points of damage plus 2 points of psychic damage.
How much is that? Sorry.
17 points of damage plus 2 points of psychic damage.
Okay. All right, he's still standing. Shot. And like he starts looking up to see where the shot came from, as the giant bullet wound across the this is through the torso and out the back of the shoulder was clean through. You hear him breathing, gasping for breath.
All right, I'm going to take another shot at him, and I'm going to make this a sharpshooter shot, and again with advantage because that's fun. And here we go. Oh, damn! Almost a crit.
So close.
Yeah, that's 20, 28, 29. That hits.
That hits, yeah.
20,
Go roll damage.
Roll damage. 6. 14 points of damage. I'm sorry, 24 points of damage plus 2 points of psychic damage.
He falls to the ground, face first. The second shot hits him in the chest, and he just goes down, crumples, and there his body just kind of begins to smolder.
Okay, I use my bonus action to reload and stare at the nice person below me.
Alrighty. That ends Percival's turn. Grog, you're up. You hear the downstairs. There's the guy in front of you. He's like, and what are you gonna do?
Can I smash my Tartanstone knuckles together and cast enlarge on myself?
You can, and your head goes into the roof.
Well, it was.
We're real sorry about your house.
There's no books in the roof.
It wasn't a house. It was a prison.
Oh!
And
Well, then you're welcome.
Happy to read.
I'm kind of hoping the floor.
the floor gives out. you, as your head in the ceiling, it falls out from under you.
Falls out before.
You come falling down on top of this guy.
Wow.
Rubble falls around. Keyleth, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw. I need Trinket to make a dexterity saving throw. The other guy, the Shadow Gas, is going to. He fails.
9.
14.
Alrighty. So Trinket, you, and the Shadow Gas all take 22 points of bludgeoning damage as the roof caves in over on top. Large of the upper floor now falls, and this guy stumbles and is now prone there. He also takes damage, and you take 22 points of bludgeoning damage from just like falling through the wreckage on the ground. Trinket is halved, yes.
Ooh. Debris.
That kills him.
That's what I thought.
The Shadow Gas right here.
Yeah. Because he had barely any left.
Yeah.
What's up?
But he just like, and he just gets rained on with rubble, broken, splintered wood and stone.
And the guy in Manners is still, he fell too, right?
No, he's still.
No,
up
actually,
there.
his part of the ceiling didn't fully collapse.
Okay.
He's just out of the way. Like he's kind of dangling off the edge right now, and as he shakes, it's kind of making its way towards the hole. Yeah, the whole ceiling
Best
didn't
toy I've
collapse,
ever
just the
gotten.
area right below.
Beautiful.
All right, so
Can I take Tweedledee right here to my right
Yeah.
and make 2 reckless attacks against him? They're not giants, right?
no, they're not giants.
Yeah.
They're considered undead.
They're considered undead.
They are,
30 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
And the second
Big
one.
targets.
29.
Hits.
Okay. So 10. 8. 24 points plus the enlarge. 25.
All right, 25 with the first hit.
The
Whack.
second one. 20. Plus 2. 22 with the second one.
22 damage on the second hit. Whack! Whack! You're hitting it, and you watch. When you land on its back, it has these metal spikes kind of jamming out of its flesh, and you can see what looks to be portions of other creatures that it had slain that have been like jammed on these spikes and rotted away on its armor. So as you're hitting it, you're knocking away parts of partially decomposed creatures that previously fell in battle to one of these creatures. And as you're slamming into it, you can see it's just rippling, partially decayed muscle that seems to be unnaturally strengthened by whatever necrotic energy keeps it stitched together and alive. It's a thick sack of hit points.
Wow. Cool. Good to know.
Is that your turn to do anything else?
With my. That's interesting. Can I? I'm gonna go into a frenzied rage with my bonus action.
Okay. And that's in your turn? Okay. And your Grog's turn. Vax, you're up.
Okay, I have enough movement without the wings.
Yeah,
to
you
get to
heard all
that
this
window.
go on, and now the whole building is starting to catch fire.
I'm gonna bolt to that window.
Right there?
So I have no other way. So I have a view of Keyleth, the creature, and Grog.
All right.
I'm gonna throw Whisper 3. I've got sharpshooter at that thing.
Okay.
And bamf there.
I will say at proximity to the flames, right there, they're starting to catch. You do take 3 points of fire damage.
Fine. Okay, and
you threw the dagger at the big guy?
Whisper goes to the window at that guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and roll an attack.
And it's flanking, right? Because of where Grog is or Keyleth.
It's not flanking, but you get it as sneak attack modifier.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's 32.
Yeah, that hits. So you appear next to it.
3 plus psychic damage is 4 plus this junk. 10, 16, 18, 21, 24, 29, 33, double to 66 plus psychic damage 66, 74. Bamf there.
And you appear next to it. As the dagger sinks into its torso, you watch as its like chest muscles and the iron cage-like armor around it seems to swallow the dagger. And as it goes inside, you watch as some of the muscles all of a sudden fall off of its body. Like whatever energy is holding it together is untethered, and this weird kind of fleshy, stitched together creature is starting to fall apart. It's looking pretty hurt.
Okay, so here's what I wanted to do. So movement, and I have action, bonus action. Guys, it's the rules. You can bust my balls all you want.
Well, that's your first attack. So you have your second attack.
So action for my regular attack, right?
Attack.
I'm just semantics.
I know.
Attack.
You use one of those
Hasted
attacks.
Action, bonus action.
Yes.
So that was the first of
Attack.
my attack.
Yes.
And here's the second one.
Okay.
Attack.
Attack. That's your next shirt.
Attack.
We have. I know. We have dagger. Now we have attack. Is our next T-shirt.
So that is
just bonus action.
So I'm dumping a level 2 smite into this against an undead.
Yes.
That's 7, 10, 11. Oh, that's a bummer. Ooh, it's cocked.
It's cocked. Roll again.
Yeah. Redo it.
17 for that hit.
17 with the additional.
With action, attack.
Right. Well, no. Okay, but you said you dumped Divine Smite into that?
Into that one.
You did the additional damage for it being undead?
Yes.
Okay, so that was how much total?
Whatever I just said, it was like 16.
17.
Okay. Next dagger, which I will dump.
17 will do it, actually.
Ah.
So as you rush in the second dagger, you jam up into the same space where it's falling apart, and you hear this dull from the inside as the divine energy radiates from the strike, and its body just kind of slaws off of the bones and around your arm. It just kind of slowly falls around your arm like a old gelatin and sips into the ground, covering the floor around you.
Okay, I'm gonna do the old crouch, just back up, not that she needs it, but crouch in front of Keyleth, and then I have my hasted action for an attack and bonus action for an attack into the other one. 29. And the second one is higher than 29, so I'm gonna dump smite into into 3. You're making me mess up the math, Laura.
Psychic damage.
Is not. I can't keep track of the math.
Epic level D&D.
19. 25 on that towards that guy. With smite added.
Yeah.
25, and then the last dagger with smite does at level 1 does 2 plus is 10.
What the
14.
fuck are you talking about?
14, 19.
19. Okay.
I dumped a ton of smite into that.
You didn't add your modifier to the third strike, right?
I don't know. So why don't you just -6? We'll call it
Minus
9, so 19. We'll call it
5.
13.
Okay.
Some people might have been catcalling me while I was trying to do math.
That's okay. I know, no worries.
Action.
All right, so you hit the other 2 final strikes. They blast into it. You watch as some of the armor gets thrown off its body. I know. It takes a little hit, but the other creature looks like it's largely all right. That finishes Vax's turn.
Let me
Now,
enjoy my last 2 months of life.
Shadowgast. What's the DC on the sphere again?
Awful hopeful.
20.
Is it 20? 19. He can't escape from this freaking sphere.
Yes.
The Shadowgast is just up on the second floor going. Manners, man. All right.
I'm gonna deal with it.
Scanlan and Sprig, what do you guys want to do?
I have a question. The gentleman who had a arrow in his throat, he's gone, right? He's been blown apart.
Actually, make a perception check.
Okay, that's a 20, is
Yep,
it?
D20 and then add your perception modifier.
Got it.
You pop like a grape.
That's a 15 plus, that's a 17.
A 17, okay. You glance over and you see 2 guys who are hiding amongst the bushes on the side there.
Dragon. Can I, now it's too far away to cast a spell.
No, depending on the spell's range, depending on what you want to do.
Tasha's hideous laughter.
I love
that we can do.
That's such a good spell.
Or Tasha's
It's a fun one.
Yes.
Alrighty, so bringing up Tasha's here. Looking at the range. There we go. It's a 30 feet range, so you want to get up and get a little closer, probably.
I will do that if I
Alright,
could.
so it's half your movement, and you can move 2 more spaces, and you can hit 1 guy. So 1 guy you choose. One of these 2 you can select.
The first one.
That one there?
Yes.
Alrighty.
I think his name is Dave. Roll perception.
No, I guess make a saving throw, wisdom save. That is a 10, 10 plus 0, a 10. I'm pretty, your spell DC is 17. So you watch as the guy there who has his crossbow out and sees you get up, spins around, has this giant heavy crossbow, the bolt, very recognizable because you still have 3 of them in your body. Aims it towards you and then suddenly and just drops the crossbow to the ground and doubles over laughing, falling to the ground, and is now kicking and laughing like a hyena right now, unable to do anything.
Knock, knock. Right.
All right, is that your turn?
Yes, it is.
All right.
There's another guy over there.
Yeah.
Have I seen him yet?
You haven't actually. You do see this guy who's on fire right now, who's still around.
Oh, I see somebody.
Yeah, and you did see that hulking figure come running through, and you heard the to the back of the
So at the
building.
beginning of the round, I'll say, guys, I think large giants are coming. Be aware. I can't hear you. Speak clearly.
No cross chatter. No cross chatter.
Okay. Shit. I'll approach the guy I can see burning on fire. Is there that's where the front door is, right?
Yeah.
Is he in front of the front door?
He's like log that's like right up in this area.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, that.
Okay.
So I'll take out my wand of magic missiles, and I will just take down the rope.
One of those should take down the rope.
You watch as like 3 missiles fire out of the wand and slam into the bits of rope up top. As they explode, it's enough of an impact to cause it to supposed to fall straight down, just kind of like spin and fall. I'm gonna go ahead and roll a dice to see which direction it's gonna land from its front point. So we'll say inward would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a 6. So it plummets down, hits the ceiling, scrapes off and slams down onto him. He's going to try and make a dexterity saving throw. Well done. That is a 7 plus 4. Nope. That's an 11. Go ahead and roll.
You walked him.
Go ahead and roll 4d8, please.
Wicked bitch.
4d8.
Is this Dr. Comedy who's writhing in laughter?
I think so.
Oh
No.
my goodness.
Oh no, sorry, no, he's over
No.
here. This guy's on fire from her earlier.
4d8.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a 5. 16.
Was missing damage.
16.
16 points of damage to him.
That's not a lot.
You only got 16 on 4d8?
It's not enough to kill him, but it slams on him and then it falls over. You see both of his flaming hands on the ground going, he's currently restrained underneath it right there.
Oh,
and on fire.
Nice.
Knock, knock. Right.
All right, you can stay where you are? You want to move at all?
No, I'm going
Bonus
to
action?
move towards any entrance or window I see. I can't really see over there, but
There's window here, but this one has like flames in front of it. This one's available.
I'll go towards that other one.
Okay. 4, 5, that's as far as you can move there. You
Okay.
see the guy on the ground who's laughing in front of you.
Yeah, no thanks to him. And for bonus, I guess I will inspire Darren DePaul, or rather, Sprague.
Why not both?
Trig.
Yes.
Why not both? Yeah.
I will sing to him. You had a bad day. You're getting knocked down. I'll sing you a song just to turn it around. You say you don't know, but please don't die. I'll sing you this song and maybe we'll go for a ride. You'll have a bad day. I don't know how that song goes.
All right. So you get an inspiration die. You get a D12 that you can just use on any sort of skill. You don't have to use it right now. But whenever you use like a skill check or an ability check, you can add that to it if you want to. There you go.
Thank you.
Boost.
You know, I had a bad day.
You had a bad day.
All right, so now it's the assassin's turn. Keyleth, how much damage does it do when they're on fire? Is it D10?
It does. Oh geez.
Hiccup.
Oh geez. Firestorm.
It's okay.
Yeah, no D10.
D10, thought so. All right, he takes 8 fire damage.
Yay! Under a log.
Under a log. He's going to try and break free from restrain. Nope. That is a 14. He cannot move that giant tree that's currently crushing him on the ground. He tries to reach out for his crossbow and aim it out towards Brig with one hand because it's still loaded, but he has super disadvantage on the strike.
Super disadvantage. Is that
Super. It is now. It just sounds epic.
New campaign guide, super disadvantage.
All right, that's
Only when you're stuck under a tree on fire.
12. I'll do a 3. All right. 8, 12, 12. I made him roll super disadvantage. So you see him like this is, what does it remind me of? Oh, it's like a terrible old sci-fi movie where the bad guy's on the ground with the gun trying to like aim it at the hero with his final shot, and the hero just kind of walks up and steps on the gun. You just kind of sidestep the bolt as it fires. Nothing on you.
Of course.
The crossbow drops.
Knock, knock.
On fire. Alrighty, that ends his turn.
Comedy comes in threes.
This guy back here is going to go ahead and, since you're the one who has his friend writhing on the ground, he's going to go ahead and try and shoot you with his crossbow. You do see him, though he's unaware of that, so he thinks it's a sneak attack shot. That is a 14.
You gotta get better calls, this man.
I know, seriously. They come in large numbers, but so yeah, this one just hits the tree to your left. His aim's off.
His depth perception sucks.
Exactly.
Really, if you want better crossbow.
And he goes ahead and darts behind this building there.
Just let them keep the
just
eye.
vanishing.
Did I see the bolt or any indication? That
You do. He
exists?
reveals himself when he fires.
Yeah,
So you
okay.
watch him come out of the bushes and fire, and then duck around the side of the building. The guy on the ground is going to try and save against your spell. That is a 13 plus 0. Nope, he's still laughing. He's just on the ground, like tears in his eyes now.
I love that spell.
That's the end of the assassin's turn. Necro's dead. Vex, you're up.
I'm going to Hunter's Mark the big undead monster in the room. And then I'm going to shoot him with a blazing bowstring.
Be careful, you might set the building on fire.
Oh, but I'm going to use the sharpshooter thing where I,
Take -5 and do additional damage. Okay.
You mean a bow?
which I don't know if I should have done that on this particular one. It was 17
17.
to hit.
17 is exactly his armor class.
Oh!
Yes, tell our queen.
Okay. And then, okay.
I love it.
5 plus 8 is 13. 13 plus sneak attack, because he's got trinket next to it.
Yep.
13. 18. God damn. 23, sorry.
You saved
23, and then lightning damage. 24. 25, 26. And then blazing bowstring. God dang, 27.
27. Okay. So it's your first strike.
Yeah.
First one just it's in the side. You see the bolt of energy arc out, and the flames kind of burn up the arrow. By the way, the wall behind you is starting to get really warm.
I'm going to move forward.
Okay.
I'm going to actually move toward the corner where Keyleth is.
Okay. So you kind of dart. There's a guy on the ground there.
Oh, there is?
So yeah. So you're gonna step over him.
Yeah. I'm going to step on him as I.
Okay. As you move past, he does get a swing with a short sword at you.
Okay.
Wow. That's a 25.
Oh, wow. He hits me. Probably because I stepped on him.
I think so. So you take 5. It's 4. You take 9 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
Just like as you're walking past.
Ow.
I'm gonna. He's on the. Oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna hit the big hulking thing again.
I realize he had disadvantage, but I rolled another 18, so it's fine.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
Way to burn those, man. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna do the same thing with the big hulking guy.
Okay.
25.
25 hits, yeah.
And then. Okay. Oh, I didn't add +10 to the previous one.
Because of the sharpshooter. All right. So it's 30.
Nice.
39 last time. So go ahead
Good
and
memory.
this one again.
Thanks. 12, 13, 14.
You're up next, Keyleth.
14 plus 6 is 22.
Figure
No,
out
20.
how you're going to ruin
20 plus
Darren's life more.
I know. That's my
22,
one goal in
32.
life. How do I? I'm a big
think
old
that's it.
home wrecker.
I find
Literally.
Sprig's
I think
box
that's
of
just 32
old
because I don't get sneak
photographs
attack
and I
again.
All right. So the second arrow slams into him, still holding firm. It's taking the hits, and you see like parts of its body are starting to spill kind of black liquid out of the wounds, and it's just like its red eyes still beaming out from behind the metal mask in front of its face. Its arm kind of swings back and tears some of the ceiling kind of beams out with it. It's looking pretty rickety right now. Is that ends your turn?
I guess so.
All right, Keyleth,
Is
you're
it
up.
in a fireproof safe? No? Okay.
Keyleth, you're up.
All right, so I have this big asshole in front of me.
Yes.
Yeah? The house is catching on fire, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nope, she'd still be really upset and really angry. So, continuing what I was saying before, she's gonna rage a little bit more and go into her fire elemental self.
Okay.
Unable to contain her frustration.
This is a good plan.
Yeah.
You technically
Looking
entered
out
this.
the fire.
You technically entered the space of the guy who's in the ground, becoming a fire elemental, which lights him on fire.
Okay.
Nice.
Even more upset, and then I'm gonna move right in the space of this guy.
So like occupying his space from this side, we'll say.
And I'm gonna do my multi-attack.
She
and
can
do-
catch you guys on fire. I don't
But
think
she
she.
doesn't have to.
I'll double check that real fast.
I mean, I'm magical.
Sparkle fire.
You're a magician.
Sparkle fire.
Also, we can kind of take it.
Yeah, it's fire.
A little bit.
Not to be a dick, man.
You know what? I can move through a space as narrow as 1 inch wide, so I'll say yes. You can.
Oh, good.
You can maneuver through. Only if you want to. Can you set things on fire?
Okay.
If you want to burn us, you can.
I'm gonna go into this guy's space, engulf in flames, and do my multi-attack 2 slam touch attacks. Cuckoo.
Go for it.
Cuckoo. Okay.
So he is now in flames.
It's cocked. Ooh, that's good, that's good. 21.
21, yeah.
And 16.
16 just misses.
Fucking balls. Okay. No. Plus 6 to 11. That's 17. 17? Okay.
That's what you needed.
So both of those hit 2d6 plus 3. First one is 3, 5, 8 plus, say, 5, 7, 10. So 18,
18 points
fire,
of fire
damage.
Okay.
And then I'm going to stay in this guy's
He's looking
space.
pretty
He
hurt
is
as you slam him
now
with both of
on
your flaming
fire.
hands and claw across his body. Where the flame hits, you see it like singes through the flesh and drags the kind of charred remains of where the muscle once was, where you dragged your claws through. The body's starting to shake as it's holding its form together, but yeah.
That's all I got, I think. That's it.
No. You have action.
All right,
Bonus
then
action.
Hasted action.
Hasted action.
Lay on hands.
Send all
action,
your complaints to Mike
Reaction.
Merles and Chris Perkins at Wizards of the Coast.
Not to be a dick. But
Yeah.
has anyone stepped on the trap on the floor?
As Vax. Actually, you know what? Vax would have avoided it because Vax is in the spot where it was, but Vax knew where it was, so Vax would have probably
So
gone
cool.
over it.
You're just like,
Or
you're doing the little splits over
splits
it.
and Van Damme on it.
Yeah.
Wait.
Totally Van Damming it.
You wouldn't have because when you threw the dagger,
Let's do it.
He just appeared.
it's not a big deal. Thank you for pointing that out.
But your boots are gone.
She stole him again? How did you do it?
You guys glance upward as you hear a zwoof, and up above you in the hole in the ceiling where there once was nothing but
What?
air,
You are lying.
you see hovering above you a giant beholder just appear. All of its eye stalks kind of curling around it.
What do you mean it's not a big deal? That's the part that I'm confused about.
What?
Thank you for that. So, that finishes your turn.
What?
Keyleth, Pike's turn. Pike is going to go ahead.
Okay.
Pike sees this.
Hang
We're
on.
retconning that in. I'm retconning. And when
All
I
right.
see it.
Don't get Gargamel angry.
Yeah, does that mean that Keyleth would have seen the beholder beforehand?
Oh, geez. Okay.
You know what?
No.
Don't worry about
No.
it.
Took a
but
second.
You were
fuck
so
that
angry.
shit.
Took it.
Yeah.
So
It's in the
much
hole
range.
above. You don't
range.
quite see what that hole was at the moment. You backed away, and you know
Man,
blinded with
so
rage.
much blind rage.
it's so much flame rage. Look, guys.
What did we do?
So we're doing.
Yep.
All right. So anyway, Pike does actually make an insight check and says, "It's not real. Don't worry about it." Fixed.
It's not a big deal, you guys.
Not a big deal.
So that pike, however, is going to go ahead and make another guiding bolt at the large guy there. That's going to be a 20 that hits. It's going to be 46. 14 points of radiant damage, which will do it. So you watch as Pike blasts it in the face with the guiding bolt, and it hits the mask, gets thrown off, and where the head was beneath it, you see this just empty black void with two red burning coals for eyes that just blink out as soon as the mask is removed, and the whole body just crumbles to the ground and turns into a horrible, thick, black, purple ichor.
I'm gonna have nightmares about that.
For sure.
The beholder is still upstairs, staying in place, going, yeah, it's that kind of thing.
Awesome. Brilliant.
Alrighty, that ends Spike's turn. They're both dead. So it brings us back, Percival, it's your turn. There's the one guy on the ground there, one's laughing. We'll say for the purposes of this, for the time, most everything there is not much of a threat at this point. So systematically, the guy on the ground who's hidden by the tree, you can just...
I'm ignoring him. I'm not even a deal. I'm just hopping in the window. I'm going to grab my little guy there. I'm going to bring him out to the balcony, and I'm going to unceremoniously toss him out of the house.
Hey!
You throw him, he lands not far.
And then I'm just going to jump, and I'm going to crawl down the rest of my way and join him. Outside the house and avoid the fire and try and jump around the fire. I'm dragging him away from the fire.
Make an athletics check.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, acrobatics check.
Acrobatics?
Please roll a 1.
Bless you for an acrobatics check. I'm re-rolling that. Oh, can I do a
It's not a
save?
saving throw. You can't do
It's not
that.
a saving throw. Oh, that's fine. That's 16.
I'll say for the purposes of this.
I had the spider climb boots.
Right, I know. This isn't, but spider climb boots only helps you if you keep on the surface.
Yeah.
So as you leap, you manage to land on your feet, but the flames do catch you a bit. So you take.
Damn it, that's a nice coat.
Take 6 points of fire damage as you start to burn.
Gives a character.
That ain't gonna burn.
Alrighty. So for the purposes of
I'm at 143.
time on this one, the guy who's currently under the log just burns to death there under the log pinned. He's trying to reach for his crossbow, but he's only fired the one bolt that was loaded in it. The guy on the ground is still laughing as you approach him.
Are there any rocks about?
Yeah, there's quite a few like heavier rocks in the ground.
Yes. Well, I look at him and I say, it was a prison, but it was my prison. And I used the telekinesis ring to lift a rock and drop it on his head.
The horrible, sickening cracks on it slams into the head. You lift it up. The laughing has stopped, but he's still like moving. And you can see like the face is kind of broken, the nose is smashed to the side, and it's just blood, and he's like starting to try and get back up.
Oh, God.
Well, tell them that Ethred Broken Branch sends his regard.
Ethred Broken Branch.
Do you let him get up?
Yes.
He gets up. And then runs off into the woods. Okay, we'll say for the purposes of this, he runs off in the distance. And just falls to the ground, no longer moving.
Death by cock lightning.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So.
Can I kill the guy on the floor? Just can it be mine, please? Can I please smash him? The guy that's lying on the floor in the house, please?
Just
Can I
sit on him. You just sit on him, and that's.
I haven't Gallaghered anybody in a while.
Yeah, he's on the ground, like on fire now from the fire. I'm going, patting out the fire.
God, put him out.
He spends his action kind of putting the fire out now, and he's like,
Keela takes a few steps back and kind of motions as a fire elemental.
I skip.
just smashed on the ground. Red watermelon.
Fire's out. I'm assuming.
I drop my fire form, turn, see my anger, destruction, get immediately guilty, and then do a tidal wave to kind of, quell the flames.
Okay. So the building is
flood damage.
Pretty. It's standing mostly. The whole front of it is blackened. The flames are gone. Most of the interior is destroyed. You have 2 giant holes in the back. Most of the upper ceiling is ruined. The house is in shambles.
What about the books?
A lot of them have been destroyed. Some of the ones in the back wall have been burned. Some of them have been burned by people in flames or made of flame, or just general like blacker that spilled out. The house is pretty.
Can I go over to them and see if I can find some books I think Percy would like?
Make an investigation check.
I'm running over to see that staff with an eye in it.
Okay.
27.
I'm going to join. Well,
27. Okay, you start glancing through. You find some history books. You find some that relate to local history. You see some books that relate to various types of creatures, some animals and beasts. Many that are encyclopedias of various rivers, and it's kind of scattered everywhere. It's just universal knowledge of pretty much anything you can get his hands on. So some of it seems less useful than others, but you handpick a few out that you think Percy would like.
Okay.
I don't mean that's the obvious question, but how did he know we were here?
no, that's not an obvious question. I have no idea.
They have multiple eyes.
But how was he watching us? Is he scrying on us?
Must have.
Oh, he's
Maybe-
fucking scrying on us.
Maybe he can feel you the way you can feel him.
You get this sense that's not how this works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, so legitimate.
He had another eye, right?
Does that thing have an eye in it?
The staff you see, it's a carved eye. It's just made of wood and painted. It's ornamental. It's mainly used as a focus. It technically acts as a +1 staff.
Spring,
What, the necromancers?
We just had a marble.
I'll take it.
you said this place was a prison.
Yes.
Did you mean that?
Of course I meant it, boy. I've been there for years.
Could you leave if you wanted?
Of course I can. Prison was more up here than in there.
Oh. Sorry about the prison then.
Why would you be sorry? I asked you for power and redemption. Don't you feel you gave me that? We lived, child. We all lived.
Yep. Yes.
It was a good
That is indeed what I was hoping for.
I lean out the window. Hey, Sprig!
Hello?
Hi.
Hi,
Anything valuable
how
in
are
here?
you?
I'm well.
I have some arrows in me at the moment. You like arrows, don't you?
I do. Come in here. I'll take them off your hands.
Okay, question. If you do that, I'd probably die again.
I'll cure you, darling. Don't worry.
We got you covered.
She called me darling.
She's the cutest.
I go in.
All right, you walk into your destroyed abode, managing to sidestep all the bear traps along the way. You've walked the path many times, and you know it, and I'm actually surprised none of you walked into any of them.
Oh, wow.
I mean, you knew where most of them were, but on the side, none of you guys wandered out far enough into the open to do that. But yeah, they're all inside. You can see your giant friend, of course, that you were talking to as you walked in, is twice the size he was earlier. And previously, where you had to hunch, you're now like having to almost belly crawl inside the house.
But what? There's no like separation between the first and the second floor.
This is true.
So if you stand in that space, you're fine.
I'm in my space.
I'm gonna prop our idiot up in the window so I can go in and like keep an eye on him even while I'm inside.
Okay.
We have a prisoner?
Yeah, I kept one.
Oh, but he's one of those creepy ghouls that probably
Yeah, it's
doesn't
currently, like,
speak.
And in the last minute or so, has not been able to break free, but is still trying.
He automatically fails until 24 hours has elapsed.
Oh, after the first failed save?
That's what
it says.
Yeah,
Okay,
check
then,
fails.
yeah.
Any further attempts made the creature automatically fail until 24 hours have elapsed.
There you go. Never mind.
He ain't going nowhere.
That thing is the fucking bomb.
It's mean, man.
Okay.
Me and Pike can heal him as I take the arrows out.
Okay.
Last you've seen the point of me, eh?
Sprig, anything valuable in here that you want to save before we
What, like
get you out of
my
here?
organs?
Got you.
Oh, I would like to save those.
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh,
All right.
No, there's nothing.
No
It's all
keys
here.
to Ayun. You know where she is.
I might. I hope I do.
All right.
I hope that I can give you the answers you seek.
I
We
hope
need
so too.
very
I cast Cure Wounds on this little.
I cast Cure Wounds on you as well, and you heal.
Do I know her,
18.
her name yet?
No, you do not.
Cleric.
Pike.
Yes. Ethered. Oh, Spring. Whichever you like. You can call me Spring. Can you help me pray to Ioun? We need answers. And I think together we might find them.
I can certainly try. Do you have any items of her iconography? Anything?
Do I?
Took me a second.
Yeah, actually, you just reach over and find one of the undamaged books.
You healed 19, by the way, from me.
Thank you. Use this, and you talk to her where I can't. At least not yet.
I don't know if I can talk to her. I'm not, but I can help you pray. I don't know if it'll be
Well,
enough.
Let's give it a go. There's a first time for everything.
Grog,
Yeah.
can you help me clear some of the floor, please?
No problem. Killer catch.
Floorboards in her face.
I thought you were on fire.
I wasn't ready.
I'm really sorry.
Brick in the head.
Pike takes you over to the center of the room and tells you, kneel with me. Now take this book and close your eyes and apologize.
For what?
For everything you said about Ioun.
All right. Well, look the other way. Find some things that are of value. Look for a...
Trinket sits down next to him and just stares.
I'm gonna pick up a book.
But
I'm gonna pick up a
I'll
book
turn
and
around.
read.
I don't know if you're listening, Ioun. And it's been many, many, many years since I've actually spoken to a god. I'd like to express my deepest sorrow. You see, this home didn't mean as much to me as life. And I think these people gave that to me. If you could give us, if you could give me anything, any little hint, it would be greatly appreciated, and I would be a warrior in your name forevermore. Please. Is that okay, Bear? I'm talking to...
Yeah, that's true. Looks the side of your face.
No, I'm not crying. You're crying, Bear.
You sit there in silence, with your eyes closed, kind of concentrating, holding the book before you, and it doesn't seem to be an answer. Just silence in the darkness. Nothing. Everyone's still looking at him, still turned away.
Keyleth is definitely staring, but pretending not to stare. Like
I'm watching
Right.
through the book.
Right.
I'm leaning against the wall and just staring at him now.
Okay.
I was using the pocket mirror you
I-
gave me for
nothing-
Winter's Crest all that time.
This is something
As you have your eyes closed, you hear this soft chuckle in the far corner of the room.
Really praying, are you?
Yes. Can you help?
Do I look like the kind of guy that would help?
Yes. I've known you for 19 years. And I think anybody's capable of anything. So, why don't you do something unexpected?
I think you're right. It's no longer your prison. It's not mine either.
That's true.
Flies out the window.
Oh, shit.
Craighammer has another performer. And not a very good one.
While you've been talking, by the way, the silence has been kind of sad and kind of, like taking in the kind of slight emotional cut that not getting a response and putting yourself in that limb means nothing. The rest of you notice his torso is glowing bright blue.
What? Is it really?
Yeah.
Your stomach is glowing.
Oh, you don't just say
Growing?
it out.
What? I didn't eat anything. How could my stomach be growing?
You're blue balling.
A what?
Look down.
Pike looks at you and takes your hands and kind of opens your arms and motions to your chest. And as the book in your hand, you kind of pull aside, you glance down and you can see there's this like soft bluish glow that's just emanating from your torso. It's strange.
You see, I didn't have to believe in Ioun. I found my religion. I'm bluish.
Oh, man.
I did not.
Oh, man.
No, it did.
Okay, fine.
That's canon.
It did. He instantly
Wait a
falls over
second.
dead.
We'll restart for just a second. It'll be fine.
No.
The little imp is gone. So, apparently, the key is me.
Is you? God. It is you.
Is in you or is you?
It is him. I've known it from the minute that I laid eyes upon him. It's him.
You did? You knew that the
You
moment
knew that?
you...
You wouldn't have said it?
Like,
No,
why?
I mean, I had a hunch, I had a feeling deep down inside. I can't say it if I say it out loud, and then if it's not true, then I'm an asshole.
To be fair, we've only been here 12 minutes.
Yes.
So,
House gone, imp gone, Bernie, sad, pray, nothing happened. Now I'm blue.
Yeah. So,
That's a day for you, isn't it?
so, do you glow brighter the closer we get? What's the deal here?
I've never glowed before, child.
I think it's glown. But,
I've
it's...
never
proud
glowed.
right now.
If you're the key, where's the lock? Where do we take you? Where do we
Come so far, correcting perfect strangers in English. Bless you.
Well, look, I have been gone for many, many years, so English may have changed. To be fair, I don't know. This is all new to me. I would have thought it would be in one of those tomes.
I'm going to pick up the book that he was holding when he was praying. I'm going to just try and read it.
Okay. You glance through it. The book is a simple book talking about the construction of barricades, and it looks like it was less with the contents of the book and more just the image of the book itself.
I'm going to hand him the book again and just sort of see if maybe there's focus to be found. Maybe this is
Okay.
time to think upon her.
Okay. And this, make a perception check.
Oh Lord. Let's call that that's a 28.
When you took the book from him and handed him another book, there was a very faint vibration to his body as you pulled it from him and gave it back to him. Which you haven't noticed, but there's just like a physical vibration to him.
If it's all with your permission, I'm going to take his hands.
Okay, you feel them and you feel like this very faint vibration to his body.
Percy,
Yes.
just continue holding his hands. I pull out the tome of quick movement. Hold while I find the paper. Hold.
What if he's like a tuning fork?
God
Very
damn it.
rude.
Where is it? I have a lot of things. I have a lot of
divining.
things.
Oh yes,
No,
a
Edith.
divining rod, a rod to the divine.
Yes.
Perhaps I am a divining rod.
That's what I mean.
Well said, child.
Can we?
I pull out the fork that we
she's
got
got
to
it.
get to
Oh, yeah. Gotta be
Elysium. Is
Okay.
it similar?
When you pull out the fork and
Fucking tome.
you hold it, you know, there's, when you recall that whenever you cast the spell plane shift, there was a faint vibration to the specific fork when you cast the spell.
He's the tuning.
No. What?
Wait, you
No,
can't plane
this is
shift
good.
us.
No, it
Plane
is
shift
good.
using
It's,
him.
it's good. It's just. Oh, Sprig.
What's wrong?
No, it's fine. It's good. I'm just. I don't know. Everything in my life seems to have this impermanence factor. about it. So I hope he's not something that can be used and discarded.
I haven't been used in 37 years.
Sprig.
It's all right. At least I wasn't discarded all that time.
I'm sure it's fine. I just...
Look at me. Just remember, whatever happens, just remember me. That's all that's important.
That's good advice.
That's all that we have. My friends are gone and I don't even remember their names. I don't remember Theta Pax or Zephyr or the guy with the nose. He was my favorite. Dusty in here, isn't it?
Oh, Sprig.
I remember. See? It's all up here. So whatever happens, keep me there. All right?
I guess I have to start getting used to losing things.
Yes. Or you can be hidden away in a prison for 37 years. And that's not life, child. That's hiding. Don't hide.
I've already built my own prison.
And break free.
They don't know if I'm already there.
You can break out. You can. It's hard. But you can do it. Just take the first step. And then you take another one. And then you take another one.
And I grab his hand, and with that, I cast plane shift to wherever he is leading to go.
All right, the rest of you gathered hands for this?
I guess so.
All right.
Is there enough of us? Drink it in the necklace, quick.
Drink it into the necklace.
Wait. My invisible frog companion.
Is he real?
Yes.
There is a sudden shuddering of power energy around you as you feel the vibration out of Sprig's hand emanate throughout the entire loop you guys have created throughout your grasp. The familiar bright light flashes before you, and you feel your body being pulled through at incredible speeds through darkness. There, the familiar racing of the Divine Gate as you pass through one of its many portholes. Then, adrift. By now, the times you've passed through the gate, you've passed through a handful of times since now. Adrift. Still holding hands, but the circle is beginning to turn to an oval. You can all glance around and see each other, and it's, did you miss your destination? Did you overshoot? What's next? Another white flash. And suddenly you're at a destination. You glance around and you're standing within a small chamber. It resembles like a decadent bathhouse, but with no water nor occupants. It's empty. There are marble pillars stretching to a domed ceiling about 60 feet above you, while silk-draped cloths drift and hang at odd angles throughout the ceiling. Glowing points of magical light, latched within iron cages, dangle at the edges of these pillars, about 15 feet up, that give the faint glow to an otherwise darkened room. There are walls on each side of this chamber, about 30 or 40 feet from you, and one arched hallway across from you that leads to the only other chamber you've seen.
I immediately turned and looked to see if Sprig is still holding my hand.
Sprig is still holding your hand.
See, all that fucking shit was for nothing. He's still alive.
Are you the same Sprig as before?
I hope so. Let's ask my invisible frog companion. Well, I guess we'd better go find what we are looking for.
Okay. Glad you're with us, Sprig.
It's good to be alive.
Yes, it is.
Remember that.
Okay. I will.
As you guys walk forward towards the singular hallway, you go through the domed arch. And the hallway extends on featureless, smooth, gray marble, like a just solid punch that seemed to have carved out whatever this material was. It extends for 100 feet, 150 feet. And even though there's very, very faint light, and many of you can see through dark vision, there is like a darkness about 60 feet from you that seems to consume what you can see. You can only see so far beyond that radius, and it's hard, you're not quite sure where that oppressive kind of shadow is coming from. The air is chilled, but not uncomfortably so. You can hear the distant sound of pinched winds winding through small spaces, a familiar sound from the many times you've spent underground through caverns that had some openings that allowed air to streak through to the surface. A few steps more, and suddenly the hallway opens into a second chamber. Into a library, if you could even call it that. Bookshelves that stretch upward for seemingly hundreds of feet before flickering lights fell from your vision. You do not see where they stop. These columns of just tomes and cases and scrolls and parchment stackings and tablets and any form of recorded information seem to just be infinite in front of you to two sides of this row and upward. And they seem to stretch in almost every direction. The walls to the side of you, you see columns ahead of you, and they tend to wind and curl like a labyrinth made of bookcases to no end. It's very Escher-esque in how the further up you look, they tend to curve and shift and bend around each other. Your eyes, now attuned to the realms beyond mortality, you catch glimpses of shifting wind gathering books and turning pages, spirits of the library, though sparse as they may be from this entry point, organizing, reading and learning from whatever words are within. You begin to almost get vertigo just trying to contemplate the strange and overwhelming construction of such a wondrous place. An endless sea of stories, spectral custodians keeping the tales of each other and the history of Exandria past, present, and binding the pages to tell what will eventually be the present, currently the future.
I've dreamed this place. Inside Matt's brain.
This is immortality.
This is our future.
This is everything. I'm, I may never leave. I glide over to Vex and hold her close. This is stunning. My God, I think they may have actually forgotten all the things I said yesterday. Oh yeah, I may have.
Feels pretty good, doesn't it?
I think they've completely forgotten. I'm sorry. May have panicked.
I give him a kiss.
I'll be right back. I'm going to run towards one of the stacks. Like a child.
Okay. You begin to take the first.
I'm doing a title run. I want to figure out the organizational system before I touch a book.
There are no words on any of the spines.
I pick one.
Okay, you pick it.
Just pictures.
All right, pick it up. I look around to see if anybody has a problem, and I turn to the title page.
It's ironic you do this because the book is in Celestial.
I read Celestial.
You do. It's ironic that you did that. Glancing through, it appears to be describing a birth, describing a tunnel, then a light, then a cry.
I skipped to the end. The last page.
It seems to be an older man surrounded by his family in a small, looks to be the
I've got it. I put it down.
shop.
I pick up another one.
You glance through this book and
first page
begins very similarly to the last one.
Last page.
This one actually ends with what appears to be a horseback riding accident.
Oh God, they're so.
115 pages in.
115 pages in, you get to a page that seems to talk about the sorrow of a lost romance and trying to coping at a young adult age.
I put it back and I turn.
What is it?
They're made of people.
Wait, what? It's skin
people.
books?
It's these. It's, and I'm gonna find an interesting, like the most interesting spine, and it's just I'm gonna turn to the first, birth, death,
I can't read that yet.
birth, death, sex, birth, death, some disappointment. I am just gone down the. I'm running back and forth, finding whatever interesting find I can.
Okay.
Are they all in Celestial?
They are currently, all the ones you picked up are in Celestial.
Oh my God, okay, this is great. All right. I'm eventually probably going to pass out from mild hyperventilation and have to sit down.
We should maybe find Ioun, don't you think?
If we must, yes. Just as an experiment, I'm going to think about Vesper and try and touch a book. I don't expect this to work, but I'm going to close my eyes and think about and pick it up and flip through it.
Make a religion check.
Mm-hmm. Nope.
Oh.
You grab a tome and pull it forth, and as you read through the story, it's an unfamiliar one.
There's a system. I will discover the system. I'm gonna keep running around like a kid.
What the rest of you guys doing while Percival's running around like a
Not
kid?
interested in the fucking books.
Distracted by Percy, Keith just scans. Does anything in Primordial stick out?
Make perception check.
Oh, that's good. That's good. 29.
Glancing about, I mean, none of the spines have anything written on them, so you have to kind of start pulling a few books out and opening them, and they're...
I'll kind of like hold my hand over and pull.
Okay.
I feel froggy.
Open it up. It's no language you don't understand.
Yeah, put it back and get frustrated.
I've stopped. I'm good.
Watched her the whole time and quietly just walk up behind and give her a hug from behind and don't say anything.
Are there any doors leading forward or out?
It's a labyrinth of bookshelves. So there's a path forward between like 2 or 3 ahead of you, but then it comes to an end where it splits off in 2 directions. And like I said, they travel up infinitely, so you're not quite sure which way leads where.
Is Sprig still glowing?
Sprig is actually, there is a very, very faint blue glow in him that had never really faded since your arrival.
I wonder if we could follow the glow. Warmer? Warmer?
Yeah.
Was that an
Hey,
information
Sprig,
desk?
stand over there.
All right. I run to where she's pointing.
Okay.
Anything?
Is there any change in the glow?
No noticeable change, no.
Sprig, stand over there.
I just was shot with a bunch of arrows, so give me a second. I run over there, stop halfway, and go, ow, and then I continue. I get there. Any change in the glow?
Make a perception check.
Okay.
Break thing.
Oh, it's a 1.
Oh, we're watching him
No
too.
discernible difference.
You're inspired if you want to use.
Oh,
it's a natural one. It's
It's
not
a natural
fail.
one. Well,
Damn arrows.
I'm not sure.
Is there a card catalog? The spirits. I'm gonna maybe.
Is there a central
interrupt this.
area info desk?
You can make an investigation check to begin to wander around and try and find your way.
Oh, that's a natural 20.
So,
really? Yeah.
Scanlan seems to walk with purpose into one of the random Rose.
I'm clutching my Ion stone.
Okay.
Hey.
All right. Anyone else doing anything?
He seems to have purpose. I'm giddily following behind with a
Okay. Percy's following Scanlan.
Walk with Percy. Oh, and Trinket's out.
Okay, Trinket. Looks confused and like starts looking up and
I know, dear.
falls onto his back.
Are Vex and Percy walking with me?
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
I just whip out my flute and I just start going. Do, 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 do,
Oh, he may have heard.
do, 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 do.
I thought you were going to die. I may have panicked.
Wait.
We were asked to plead for your life, and I may have panicked.
Who did you tell? First of all, who did you tell?
Some deity.
Look at your shirt.
Tell her.
I panicked.
Percy!
I panicked. There was a giant glowing sun, and I may have panicked. I didn't tell them. Well, I was a bit vague, but I was
A
not.
bit vague?
I
Scanlan, what did he say?
Well,
Oh no!
you know, first comes love.
Don't be.
Then comes marriage.
I may have hinted that we might have eloped. May have hinted.
Wait, you're married?
I may have hinted.
Wait, no, you said you were betrothed to be married.
Betrothed.
Wait,
I
you're
didn't
married?
say to be married.
Oh wow, you just spilled it.
Silence. Go to silence.
All of a sudden, oh no, you try and yell, and it's making no sound. It is just absolute quiet. What are the rest of you guys doing?
I run in the corner to see if I glow again.
Keyleth and Vax heard the do, so we had a very different silent scene over in our spot.
Yeah, Keelik was quietly sobbing in Vax's arms and then heard do and went,
Why is that bad? Why was that angry?
Because we don't get that.
Yeah. Krog?
So you're gonna ruin everyone else's joy.
I'm
One
just
of those couples.
I'm just
Thank you, Vacation Scanlan.
Vacation
worst
Scanlan's
double date sangria partners
He's back, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, you
He's
guys
back
going
and
on
taking
vacation?
no prisoners.
Are you guys going on vacation? We got a divorce.
Down our SNL sketch.
You can get him cheap in Cabo. God.
Grog, what are you doing?
I'm just as uncomfortable as I could possibly be. This is the worst case scenario of my entire life. I'm just not moving and hoping this is all over soon.
Okay.
I love that.
It's just endless books beyond what you can see. That's awful. Are there like chairs?
I feel like Pike would have comforted.
There are chairs. Yeah, Pike comes over and.
There are chairs?
She's like, no, there aren't.
Oh.
And she goes, do you want to go with everyone else, Frog?
Chairs for you.
I don't know. Or do you?
It's okay. Yeah, they're walking.
I want to leave like fast. Do we?
The faster we follow them, then the faster we can go.
Okay. Let's go.
I bet you could read some of these books.
I bet not. These are really tall books.
Come on. She grabs your hand and begins kind of tugging you behind her. What are you guys doing?
Me and him?
Yeah.
Leaning into each other.
Sobbing?
Okay, so you guys stay there.
Sobbing while we lean into
You're running
each
back and
other?
forth.
I don't know.
Going anywhere.
You run around for about a good minute and a half, and you're not seeing any sort of change.
Nothing?
No.
Can I go forward into the bookcases and look right and left to see where they lead?
Okay, yeah, you turn around the corner and just see them disappear on the edge.
I'll continue.
Okay, so you follow them.
Yeah.
As you guys are having this silent argument, Sprig catches up to you.
Oh, hi, Sprig.
But you hear nothing, Sprig, as they're all going.
I just turned it off.
Oh, you turned it off? Okay.
I got everyone to agree.
Okay.
Hi.
Oh, hi.
Hello,
How's it going?
Glowing.
Yes, you
You
are.
are too. What's going on with that?
Wait, you are?
Yeah, you seem to be
just,
blushing.
It's so hot in here. It's very hot in here.
Not really that hot.
Pike and Grog catch up around the corner.
Oh,
What'd you find?
Nothing, but
The way out? Exit?
seems like it could be this way. We'll have to bond together and go forward.
Really?
Yes.
Where did you get the sunglasses
Yeah,
from?
what the fuck?
It's glowing in here.
The Ioun stone actually is giving a faint glow similar to the glow that you see emanating from Sprig's torso.
Oh, is it glowing any more than?
Make perception check.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a 8.
So Vax had.
Maybe 11.
we need
I don't know.
imagination
Do I add jack of all trades?
You do, yeah. If you're not.
I really want to know. I will inspire myself, and
Okay.
I'll add a d12.
Yes.
Do it.
That makes it 16.
Okay. You start getting the sense that the further you walk, both your stone and Sprig are beginning to emanate a slightly stronger glow.
Ooh.
And so you guys begin to realize that this could be used as a path to something. You're not quite sure.
Let's keep going.
Okay. So everyone's going behind, and you guys are.
Just an imagination clarification, because a silence effect went off there. Did Vax and Keyleth hear, "You're married," or was that all covered by
No,
silence?
he clutched that in
So we
silence.
heard the song, but that's it.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah. Everyone else has gone ahead and vanished into the library. You guys are just staying.
Asked by a giant thing
well,
to plead
noticing that we're totally alone.
plead for your worthiness and
Just silently tug Keyleth.
And
down after.
I felt that honesty was important at that moment.
No, it very much is. I'm very glad. I'm just surprised he didn't say anything. I spoke with him.
He was acting nobly. I won't tell anyone if you don't want me to.
No, yeah, well,
No,
we had to tell him eventually.
As you're following the stone, you hear some footfalls as Vax and Keyleth catch up to you guys.
We already know it's fine.
You're engaged. You don't need to
Well.
tiptoe around it.
Yeah. Well, it's well.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm sorry I didn't tell you about that.
we
Engagement?
well.
You fucking liars! You fucking liars! Just tell us. We know.
We got married.
We may have just gotten married.
Yeah. Oh, surprise!
It was always going to be.
Celebration!
We didn't want to make it a
A
thing.
thing.
We wanted it to just be.
I think it's great.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you,
It's
Scanlan.
wonderful when two people can fall in love and have each other forever and ever.
Well,
it's nice.
You're such a dick.
No, I mean it. You guys are great. You're super cute together. You'll make Whitestone. You'll be celebrities there.
No.
Do we have to get you gifts?
No.
Well, no, they eloped, so we're clear.
Very specifically, no.
Sweet, buddy.
But this place.
Yeah, it's amazing. And Keyleth like lights up her flame hands as she walks off
It's.
in a fury.
Do you not know what this place means? Am I the only one who understands what this place means?
I would love to know.
It all matters.
None of us have forgotten.
No, I mean, really. It all matters. So much and it's not going to go away. Nothing goes away.
No, it only gets filed away in some library where no one else can experience it except for what, one, maybe two people ever.
1 and 2 people are all that it takes to experience something.
An echoing voice billows out from the right side of your troop. A creaky, warm, matronly voice that surrounds and almost welcomes you with the intonation of a grandmother. It says, "Nothing is forever, Percival." Yes. And you glance off to the right and you can see there's a break in the bookcase. And to your right, you see the shelves have stopped ahead in this direction to reveal a circular common area within the library where the ground domes downward into an 80-foot wide concave pit of cushions and tables, all standing at odd angles alongside this pit, but never sliding. Gravity seems to shift depending on where the dome stands. These tables hold teacups and writing implements and various other decor and things that involve binding and writing. None of them slipping, all of them just affixed to the table as the dome slowly comes to a central rest. Long, spiraling streams of silver, blue, and gray silk descend from the supposed ceiling that is beyond your sight, and they just kind of come down like drifting silks that you kind of push past as you enter the area. Sitting 40 feet from you in the center of the dome, no larger than a normal person, is an older woman of long, wavy silver hair. Her olive skin is somewhat weathered and wrinkled around her almond eyes, but the warmth of her smile and her vibrant purple irises put you at ease immediately. Her blue and white robes tumble out from her form in tendrils of parchment that snake through the pillows like roots. She smiles as you turn and see her. I felt that you would find me. And that's where we'll end tonight's session.
Wow, Matt.
Oh.
Wow, Darren.
What time is it?
Can everybody watching still at home just give a round of applause for Darren?
Seriously.
Nice job.
If you're available, you may want to, if you can, come and join us for the first half, maybe.
Not
of
next week.
Not next week, but the week after Comic Con, if you're interested.
Of course.
Because I kind of want to role play out you meeting Ayun. So
Of course.
that'd be awesome.
It would be an honor. You
Awesome.
know how important this is to me.
Great. Well, look forward to having you back in a couple weeks then.
Good. And I will see you next weekend as well. Probably.
Yes, indeed. Oh, Comic Con. Guys, thank you so much. Great game. Well done.
Good game.
Breaking stuff apparently. We have an episode next week, so we'll be at Comic Con, but we have our panel on Saturday for Critical Role.
Yeah.
Love you guys. Hope you have a wonderful night. And is it Thursday yet? Good night.
Good night.